This time around, we're bringing a few improvements.
Hey guys, and welcome. Oh, we have 10 minutes left before we get to experience what we're gonna be playing for the next, till November, right? Essentially, so hope for the best. I'm kind of hyped for it. I already know it's gonna be good. Like, the amount of confidence I have in GGG, I don't know why I have so much of it, but I have so much of it. Like, I'm so sure it's gonna be good. While we wait, we're gonna be, I think it's a good enough time to official link stream up, official stream link, okay, yada yada. We can look at the quality of all the changes they made so far, or at least have announced, and we can just give a brief opinion on each one. Probably everyone will take me 10 minutes if I can find a freaking thread on their sites anytime today. Is this it? There we go. Oh, low. So there's a server. And by the way, let's take this down a bit so I can actually hear myself. Give me a second. Let me reply something. All right. Give me a second. Meh. I'll do this later. So, starting from the top, let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to just briefly go through everything. We're not going to watch anything. I'll give my opinions on the things that have been showcased, and I will kind of try to pick one as the quality of life I'm looking forward to the most. All right, it should be pretty straightforward. This one, or as this has been a long time coming, I would say, and I think it's nice. The auras now last when you die. It's going to be especially good on, like, I've played certain builds in the past, like 2 leagues, where I would have to literally swap out keybinds so I could get all my auras on. Especially once I start dealing with, like, getting high amounts of, like, reserved mana reduction or reduced mana reservation. I end up with more auras than I can fit on my bar. So at least now, if I have a build that has multiple golems and has auras, I don't have to swap things out, which is pretty nice. Harvest encounters with a single action. This is pretty good because, like, I never understood why we needed the 2 actions. It just never made sense to me. But this is, I'm happy it's here now. And the reason I say it's very weird to me is if you clicked one in the past, it's not like you can change your mind and go for the other one. The moment you click it, it's the other one decays. So, like, it just never made sense to me. Then this one, you don't need to click waypoints. I feel like at this point I'm so used to clicking waypoints, I probably will still instinctively click it. But from what they showed, it still makes the waypoint sound when you get closer. You know, there's 1 or 2 things that's gonna happen. Either I still try to attempt to click it before I realize that I don't need to click it anymore. Or the other thing that could happen is I remember and then I forget to even run close to it because now I don't need to click it. One of those 2 things. I hope it's the first one because I still want my waypoints, but you never know, my dumbass. We've reworked item quality rather. This one is pretty good to being multiplicative, right? No. This is the one that allows you to, when applying quality, yeah, this one allows you to 20% quality or with one currency item early game, like pre-level 20 or something like that. This is really nice. And then the multiplicative is also very strong. Assuming they don't nerf the base ranges on the armor, this is very strong. Armor and weapon, because what they could easily do too is make it multiplicative and then nerf the base numbers so it still evens out, which let's just say the people, if that happens, the people who are looking forward to this would have pitchforks. So that's all we're gonna say. They have static life bars. This is huge, especially for seeing ailments and whatnot. This is actually really nice to have. Range you can pick up items has been increased. I would love this one so fucking much, man. Like it, especially when you have those loot explosions, like your character is moving like inch by inch to pick up everything. Like, nah. Yo, I'm hoping Twitch has no malfunctions where it freaking, I'm gonna reload this just instinctive, like I'm gonna just reload it, because what happens with Twitch a lot is the video pauses, like it freezes, and then there's nothing you have to pause and unpause, which is not fun. Then this one, I feel like there's at least going to be one that I would find interesting, but we don't have a list of them or anything, so there's not much we can talk about. Then, well, the ones they showcased were nothing interesting to me, at least. I mean, I barely use elusive. Like if I was an elusive enjoyer, sure, but like, eh. This I think is huge. This one is huge. Like this is gonna be huge. This is also really nice. I like this one. I like that it's now a choice, and I think I personally would probably be going movement speed a lot. I think that's what I'm personally going to be going, because I remember Affliction getting that movement speed during the campaign just felt amazing. So having an extra like tier to your boots movement speed is just nice. In 3 point, another way you can look at it is because now the choice is 8% move speed, 15 early res, and 40 max life or 1 point. It's just picture you spending 1 point on your tree for those stats, and if you think it's a good idea, then go for it. I will be going movement speed until probably late game. If I decided I want to change, and I'll switch to the extra points. Early res is nice, but I've never had issues capping my res early game. Like I don't think I remember a single point where that was the case, and I don't want to get used to having the 15%, because if it's early res, I will get rid of it at some point. It will make getting early chaos res easier though. That is one slept on aspect. The fact that because you need to invest less suffixes, your chaos res early should just be better in theory. Then simulacrums less ways. I barely interacted with simulacrums, so this doesn't really affect me, but it's a smart decision. I don't know why you have 15 waves of dead content. I mean, when I did, I was very bored in the first 15 waves, so I can relate to that. And that was even on a build I couldn't do with 30, so like you can imagine. You can hover on this one. I'm not like, I like it, but I would rather this would show on like an alt. Like if you hold alt versus it being there by default, or you could set it to just to be to show on holding alt, you know. And I hope it comes with search, where I can search a div card's name like Brother's Gift, or is it Brother's Stash, or both of them, and it show me the map it comes in. Then we have opening boxes is fun. Valdo boxes are more common. This more money for me, I guess, because I'll find more. Meh. And then this one is gonna be insane. This one, woo! This, I am looking forward to it. I'll tell you that much. And I don't even know why I like the Wildwood so much, but I think it's just such an interesting concept. Now granted, it's only tier 16 and 17 maps, so I don't even know if you can spec into it as a league mechanic on the tree, but like, even if you can't, so long as you run into it, you just know your loot is gonna be good. So then you would want a character who can handle the wisps whenever you do run into it, so you can just get more loot in those maps. So I think this is definitely going to be an interesting way to play the game. I'm hoping it's not something you can miss, like it's at a section of the map far away from where you get into that you can actually miss it, even if it's on your map. I'd hope it's still like the regular Wildwood, where it's near the entrance, maybe not in front of it like before, but like near enough to the entrance that you can see it on your map before you move, or even like that kind of thing. Like I'm fine with that.
Hi, I'm Chris Wilson from Grinding.
Oh shit! All right, we made it.
Today we're going to show you an exclusive reveal of Path of Exile: Settlers of Kalguur, which launches next week on July 26th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's live stream, so make sure you follow the instructions below in order to claim your Corsair back attachment. In today's stream, we will take you on a deep dive into the new Settlers of Kalguur Challenge League. We'll cover the league mechanics, its new and revised crafting systems, a new trade market system for currency, some sweeping balance improvements, including 2 Ascendancy class changes, endgame improvements,
You've sold me.
To the campaign,
you have sold me already. Already you have sold me. I have wanted a currency trade market for so long.
New supporter packs, ending with a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will ask Path of Exile's game director Mark your questions from Twitch chat. After the live stream, we'll drop the full patch notes. I'll hand over to Mark now.
Currency trade. Woo! We needed that shit like
really
ages ago.
With the content in this league.
No.
And I'm really excited to see what everyone thinks. So let's just get right into it with the trailer
Thank you.
for Path of Exile: Settlers of Kalguur.
Thank you. Boat League? Do we get Boat League? Tell me we'll get Boat League.
Rayclast is a cursed land. You'd have to be mad to settle here.
Let me see if I notice anything.
Welcome to King's March.
Woohoo! It is King's March.
Yet,
This is the Act 4 city in PoE
the
2.
greatest city Rayclast has ever seen.
So Talkative Try's third, what's it called, prediction was right.
And savvy planning.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, this is what I wanted. So
Soon we'll attract settlers, craftsmen,
this is exactly what I wanted.
fortune seekers,
Did I see recombine?
and of course, pirates. But
I feel like I saw a low-key recombinator there.
Will be heavy with gold. We hope to achieve the impossible. We hope to build a home.
Nah, this is gonna be so good. This is actually gonna be so good. Did I just see gold? Did I see gold? Warden Ascendancy class. It's a new Ascendancy class. Gladiator's getting reworked. Oh, this is gonna be a banger. Sentinel. Sentinel is going core. Sentinel is going fucking core this league.
In Path of Exile: Settlers of Kalguur, you will encounter some familiar faces from the Expedition League. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin are Kalguuran people who are trying to establish trade between Rayclast and their homeland. They have recruited many curious characters from Rayclast, including some you may recognize, but are also seeking help of a powerful exile, like yourself. You will first encounter Johan, the King's Hand and Lionized Watch. He's there recruiting workers, traders, and exiles. Johan, under the command of the King of Kalguur, has been sent here to build a new city called King's March, which intends to become the hub of commerce between Rayclast and Kalguur. Soon, he
I
will
would
bring
love
you
to see
the planned
Talkative
site
Try's
for King's
reaction
March,
to this.
which you'll notice has humble beginnings as just a tavern in a field. But with your help, it won't stay like this for long. It takes a lot to build a town. The Kalguurans will ask you to seek out resources that can be used to begin construction. On your adventures, you might find minerals such as crimson iron, which are veins of iron that have been overrun with corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach.
This is gonna be fun.
Or perhaps orichalcum, which you will have to liberate from the demons worshipping it. Petrified amber attracts mindless, blighted enemies. While bismuth has a strong affinity to the elements and causes the area to become
Calandra's thing?
If you're lucky, you might find vericium, a material as valuable as it is dangerous, and guarded by very powerful foes. Once you defeat these monsters, the deposit will automatically be tagged for mining. But first, we need to get someone to do the hard labor. This is, of course, a trade expedition and nothing is free. Miners, along with other workers that the Kalgurans have hired, must be paid in cold, hard gold, which you'll notice is now dropping throughout Rayclast. You will have control about who gets hired into your enterprise. Once you have accumulated some gold, head to the town and talk to the recruiter, Rauf. He's been busy tracking down hardy folk across Rayclast who are looking for work.
Give me those cheap folk.
You'll notice each person has their specialties and a wage cost. It'll be up to you to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the League, you'll be searching for your perfect employees for each job. Once you have them, you'll have to keep them paid, safe, and alive, which we'll get into later. Here we have a prospect who has a specialty in mining. We'll start with that so we can begin to retrieve some of those resources we were talking about earlier. Let's go find some more and put our miner to use.
Isn't this
we found a vein of
mana forge arrows?
It's guarded by dangerous demons worshipping a strange shrine.
Oh, it's not. It's just
the
storm
shrine
ring.
buffs the demons, giving them power. But once you defeat them, you can seize that power for yourself. After that, we can tag the ore, and our mining specialist will get to work. Soon, we encounter a few more deposits, each with a different dangerous encounter. After you have tagged the mineral veins, your miners will get to work collecting resources in real time. They might take a while, but will continue whether you are logged in or not.
Good.
The work can be sped up by hiring more or better miners, and by upgrading the mining station back in Kingsmarch to equip them with advanced pickaxes. Alright, some time has passed and our miners have been able to get the resources back to
I hope
town.
there's a way to speed
We've
it
also
up.
managed to collect some more gold too. We can now upgrade the town and build new structures. There's plenty of options. We just need to decide where to start.
I hope this thing goes core.
I think we'll
I haven't
start
played
with
it,
the
but I hope it
tavern,
goes core.
the beating heart of Kingsmarch. It can be upgraded instantly to improve the recruiter's prospects. And you can find various important NPCs relaxing here. Next, we'll upgrade our mining station. You can upgrade this to improve the efficiency
Tell me
of
you
your
can
miners
upgrade everywhere
and
from
allocate our
a
newly
particular
hired workers
point.
to mining. You will eventually need a smelter, where you can send your ore to turn into more valuable bars. Then we have the Disenchanter, where you can bring your magic, rare, or unique items to be added to a queue to be disenchanted over time. The items will be broken down into thaumaturgic dust, a new resource used for crafting and shipping. We'll get more into that later.
Question mark?
And of course, a town needs food.
Mark, I
You
need
could
questions
invest in farming,
answered.
where you can select crops to grow and harvest. But don't worry, you won't be manually watering anything. The wonders of delegation. With all these resources piling up, there will be excess that we can spend. Let's talk about rewards in Settlers of Kalguur. Eventually, you can build a harbour and establish shipping routes between a number of different Kalguuran and Karui ports for trade. You'll be able to pile your acquired resources onto these ships and send them to a port of your choosing, where your traders will haggle for the best deals.
You have to defend the ship, don't
Each
you?
port will return specific rewards based on what you send them. They accept all types of resources, but will have a preferred type that they'll currently pay more for. And you'll want to get onto this, because eventually you could be bringing in shipments like this. This.
Alright, that's beautiful. Oh, that is beautiful.
Or
What?
even this.
What is that beast up at the top left?
Today, we're going to trade with Kalguur.
Oh, that is wild.
You'll notice that as we send more resources, this
That
risk
is
meter creeps up.
stupid.
Much like the dangers on the shores of Rayclast, there are dangers out at sea. Monsters, pirates, environmental hazards. You'll want to try to keep your shipment safe. You can do this by hiring workers that specialize
Hello,
in
OCG.
shipping.
Thank you for the prime. How
The
you
more of them
doing?
you add to the ship,
I
the
appreciate
less
it.
risk there will be. Like this gentleman, who's famous for fending off even the most dangerous of pirates. Now let's get that shipment going. And we'll continue exploring Rayclast while we wait for its return.
Can we help defend
This
it?
is the first Path of Exile League that experiments with true real-time mechanics. You can send out
Yes, it is.
shipments, go and have lunch, and come back to your rewards. Many mechanics in the League work this way, so you'll always have some ongoing project or outcome to look forward to. When your shipment has returned, or met its demise, you'll get notified, and at your leisure you can return to the town to collect your rewards. Our shipment returned safely, so let's go see
Amazon
what
give
we
you
got.
free Prime. Oh, that's chill.
Ooh, they've sent us a unique item alongside our rewards.
That is
Perhaps
chill.
hoping to secure us as a loyal customer for the future. Aside from shipping,
What was
the
that?
Kalgurans are big on their technology.
I
They
didn't see what the
have
item
hired
you
Isla,
did.
a familiar face from the Heist League. She is an
Wait, is
engineer who
how's
the
school
Kalgurans
going?
have employed for a very exciting purpose. You're not the only one who understands how profitable running maps can be. Once at endgame, Isla can help you build a series of Kalguran modified map devices. You can
Question
then
mark?
put a queue of maps into them. If you've hired a few skilled Atlas runners, they will put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. Look, more delegation. Once again, you'll be notified when the rewards are ready to be collected.
No
You
fucking
can
way.
put lots of maps in the queue, so don't feel obliged to go back there all the time. Be careful though. The difficulty of the map impacts the risk of your workers perishing.
95%
Try to pick your
chance.
best workers, or perhaps just ones you don't like. Consider the difficulty too. Sometimes it's better to just run it yourself. You'll see there are many benefits to having a whole-ass town at your fingertips.
Oh damn, man.
Let's talk about crafting services. You should
Can't wait
definitely
for-
consider
when
building a
are you
runesmithing
graduating?
table. This is operated by Danig himself, using powerful Kalguran blacksmithing arts. He can engrave runic magic onto your weapons using runes. There are many rune types and combinations to choose from, and you can unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapons as enchantments. Our design intention here is to take powerful effects you would usually only find on unique items,
No way.
like this modifier, which you might recognize from Doomfletcher's Prism. Danig can apply it to your two-hand maces. There are over 100 different special crafting outcomes,
No way.
ranging from ones very easily applied to very difficult. The rune types can be acquired through trade with Kalguur,
That's
or defeating
insane.
powerful bosses.
That is actually insane.
The Kalguran tech benefits don't end there. We're also bringing back a formerly overpowered crowd favorite, Recombination.
I knew I saw this
Isla
shit.
is trying to master this. She just needs you to help her with getting resources. The
48k
system
gold.
isn't as strong as
That
it
is
used to be, but it
expensive.
still allows you to combine two items together, hoping to get the best modifiers of each onto a single item.
Minion,
Between running
minion
a town,
buff.
shipping, and exploring, you'll be collecting a lot of extra gold. It is now the primary resource for two huge new quality of life features that we are putting to test. Firstly, you can use gold to respec passive points. This is a feature from Path of Exile 2 that we've
Oh.
decided just makes sense to port
No
back.
orbs of
The
regrets.
higher level you are, the more expensive it gets. And the next one is absolutely massive. A currency trade market. The Kalgurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of, price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less. You'll be able to go back to blasting monsters while trusty Faustus does the dirty work, notifying you when your currency is ready for collection. All you need to do
It's
is
kind of
pay
like
him a
how
small amount of
RuneScape's
gold for his time.
thing works.
Cards on the
And there's
table,
tax.
this is an experiment to see if this type of asynchronous trading has a place in future Path of Exile releases. We're very excited to see how it goes. Now, given that Faustus is an expert in black market trade and shady deals, he also provides
Ending in
another
December.
service,
Okay,
offering
not too bad.
items for gold.
What is this?
The items will generate with random rarity, and on average the modifiers on them are better than normal. This can be a very nice way to get some targeted items during the campaign. For serious crafters, it can be a great starting point for making those elusive, specific in-game items, which perhaps you could take to the runesmith afterwards. It's worth noting that you can invite Faustus to your hideout, where he will always be available for respecking, currency exchange.
This is one guy that's gonna be on everybody's hideouts.
As your town grows,
I can guarantee
it will
it.
attract more attention, good and bad.
Oh.
Settlers of Kalguur features 3 endgame bosses that will close in on your operations,
Oh.
wanting a piece of the pie. They might capture and ransom your workers, even your entire
Is this
ships.
all?
You'll have to make some tough decisions.
This looks
Whether
like
you take
all,
them on
or a
or pay them
rather a
off.
Kalguran enemy.
One example of a boss is Sasan, the Bandit Lord. You won't stumble across this boss by accident. Instead, this unsavory character can come into your town at night and take your Atlas runners hostage, holding them for ransom. What happens next is up to you. Perhaps you'll refuse to negotiate with bandits, leading to a fight to defeat Sasan and rescue your workers. If you're not up for the heroics,
such
you
a
might
big
simply
league.
pay the ransom in gold. Or perhaps these workers were especially disappointing, and you'll just leave them for
How
dead. in
how
true
dare you
raid
get
class fashion.
captured?
They knew what they were signing up for, right? Of course, the heroics might be worth it for other reasons. These bosses can drop new unique items.
Chance to block spell ward?
In sum, Settlers of Kalguur is a very experimental league with new mechanics that will completely change how you play the core game. We've been sitting on a
Holy
lot of
shit,
these
this is gonna
ideas
be
for
big.
a while and can't wait to share them with you. But
This
there's
is
a
gonna
lot
be
more to this
big
expansion.
league.
Let's talk about balance. Well,
Let me turn off
we've
ads so
finally
nobody has to deal
rebalanced
with
the
this shit.
Gladiator. It's been a long time
Yeah,
coming.
nobody plays Gladiator essentially.
Like before, there are passive skills that allow you to invest in bleeding and block. We've designed new skills replacing some of the old ones. Like this, War of Attrition, which is very handy for long sustained boss fights. Further alongside the Gladiator theme, this new passive allows you to combine different weapon types while dual wielding to get a variety of powerful bonuses. For example, holding a dagger will give you more critical strike chance, while holding a mace gives you more area of effect. Of course, you could just use Varanastra for all weapon type bonuses. And finally, we have a new notable which allows you to invest in the newly added Retaliation skills. These are active skills which require you to meet a certain condition in order to use them. Once you meet that condition, you can unleash devastation on your foes. Here we have Eviscerate, which
Retaliation.
requires you to have a shield. Or
God
for
damn.
those who like to dual wield, Sword Storm, which is great for obliterating bosses. Here we have the Divine Retribution skill. This one has the condition requiring you to block. You can then unleash a devastating spell, causing lightning bolts to strike the ground in an X shape around your target location, doing huge amounts of damage.
Oh, that is
And of course,
That looks
in
strong.
true Path of Exile fashion, there are many avenues to invest in these mechanics further on the passive tree
Cooldown
and a new support gem. You are able to increase the leeway duration after meeting the condition, reduce the cooldowns, or just increase their damage. The world's your oyster. The Gladiator wasn't the only Ascendancy class we've changed. As we develop Path of Exile systems, we often find ourselves reusing mechanics, increasing their depth,
so Retaliation is
and
all
allowing
about.
more avenues to invest
It's gonna
into
be
them.
Gladiator's
As such,
specialty.
the Raider Ascendancy class found itself lacking, with many of its passives commonly available elsewhere. We want
Yeah.
our Ascendancy classes to always feel like they're pushing the boundaries, allowing you to change your character in ways that are meaningful.
Raider
and
always
ideally
seemed like an
unique.
early game class.
As a result, we've straight up removed the Raider, rest in peace. And we've added a new class in its place, the Warden. This class is largely inspired by its predecessor from the Affliction League, with a few changes. The Warden now focuses on elemental attacks, changing the behavior of Shock, enhancing Freeze, and replacing Ignite with Scorch.
You scorch
There's
them
also
instead.
a skill that allows you to go ballistic with your elemental damage, periodically. The class also grants Bark Skin, which is a skill that can be used to mitigate physical damage from hits. After taking a number of hits, it increases your evasion, making it a great defensive choice.
I like Bark Skin.
Finally, the last thing the Warden can specialize in is tinctures.
Ooh,
These
tinctures are coming back.
to flasks from the Affliction League. We're bringing them back with adjusted mechanics.
Yo, this class looks loaded. Like it has
Tinctures
so
can be
many
placed in your
nodes.
belt, replacing flasks.
So
You
many
can
flicky.
inherently only have one tincture active at a time, and it requires a melee weapon to use. While activated, they grant a powerful buff. They can drop as magic items or be modified with currency to grant extra bonuses.
So wait. So they can only be used on
Here
melee
is a
weapons?
prismatic tincture. This
That's
one
kind of
increases elemental
meh.
damage by 100% while active. You'll notice it has two extra effects. One is that it applies mana burn every second. Mana burn is a debuff that builds up while tinctures are active that causes you to lose mana, losing more mana for each stack. Tinctures also have a cooldown, so once you have disabled one, no other tincture can be enabled for a time. These changes make tincture use a more active and interesting choice than it was in Affliction. Both mana burn and the cooldown can be modified through modifiers on the tinctures or on the passive skill tree. Players will want to maximize their tincture uptime for sure.
I can already see some
Here we
builds
have a
trying to
couple
go
other
insane
tinctures.
mana regen.
The Poisonberry tincture is excellent for poison builds. The Rosethorn tincture is the choice for those wanting to deal critical strikes. You might be wondering,
Why
with the
Raider
removal of the Raider,
and melee?
where has the Frenzy Charge investment gone? We've added a Frenzy Charge passive skill to the Deadeye, replacing the Rupture passive skill. On top of Ascendancy classes, we have revisited a number of core mechanics. This time
Melee.
taking pains to ensure easy access through the passive tree, skill gems, and simple items. We don't want all the powerful mechanics to be hidden behind layers of complexity. Let's just rapid fire through the key points. If you want more detail later, you can read
Patch
the
notes.
patch notes, which will be dropped after the live stream.
Tell me gold is automatically
Be sure
picked
to
up, by
let
the
us know
way.
what you think.
You don't have to walk over
There's a lot
it.
of changes, so be prepared for a bit of a shock to the system. I expect
looks like
will
it
take
is.
several days for the dust to settle on this one. Firstly, we've made some drastic alterations to melee skills. Let me just rip this band-aid off. Melee totem skill gems have been removed. We're trying to adopt a philosophy with melee going forward that, unlike other builds, it will be far less oriented around set and forget gameplay. You will deal the damage yourself, and you should be rewarded for doing so. To compensate, we have buffed the damage on almost every single melee skill. As the majority of this damage growth comes from gem levels, we have also made them cost more mana as they level, but it's nothing like the mana costs on spells.
So gem level is
Here are some
helping now.
examples of the damage and costs before and after. Heavy Strike has gone from dealing 313% attack damage at gem level 20 to a massive 552% attack damage.
Damn.
It's also worth noting it no longer knocks
Mana
enemies
is
back.
double too.
And Sweep has gone from dealing 281% attack damage to now dealing 664% attack damage at gem level 20. These are just two examples, but the majority of melee skills are now dealing approximately 75% more damage at level 20.
Damn.
Of course, with melee comes close proximity combat, so you need some good defensive options. New base types with higher defensive values will now drop throughout the endgame. As you reach yellow, red, and purple maps, you can expect to find higher tier base types in each. For example, Val Regalia and Hubris Circlet are no longer the best in slot items for Energy Shield.
Energy Shield,
There
chest
are
and
new
helm.
base types that surpass them. Combined with some quality changes, which we'll talk about soon, you can now get better items than ever before in these slots. To compensate, we have reduced the amount of flat evasion and armor from the Grace and Determination auras. But overall, you're getting more defenses than before.
Oh, that's cool.
On top of this, we have buffed life modifiers on magic and rare equipment. You can now get as high as 189
God
additional
damn.
maximum life from a single modifier on body armors, and more on other slots too. Kalm's heart has also finally been restored to its former glory and once again grants plus 1000 to maximum life. I mentioned quality. Quality on weapons and armors is being changed to apply multiplicatively. In other words,
Yo, we're gonna have
weapons
so
with full
much
quality
fucking
will get
armor.
20% more physical damage, and armor with full quality will have 20% more local defenses. For
We're gonna have
melee,
so much.
this will mean a damage increase
It's gonna be
for
so
almost
good.
all builds using physical damage attacks, and it will mean more evasion, armor, energy shield, and ward.
Maybe
for all
now
builds.
spell suppress is not gonna feel as OP compared to
Endurance
other
charges
defensive
no longer
layers.
grant
That's what I'm
elemental
hoping at least.
resistances, but instead grant additional elemental damage reduction, making it multiplicative with resistances.
Huh?
You can now get 4% per charge, alongside the existing 4% physical damage reduction. To compensate, we have made some changes to the Juggernaut, and various unique items like
So it's
Eternal
EDR
Damnation.
now.
You can get more maximum resistances from the tree, specifically around the
Oh,
Marauder
endurance
class
charges
buff.
are strong as shit
These,
now.
of course, can stack with the new elemental mitigation from endurance charges. On top of this, duels can now roll maximum elemental resistances as modifiers.
Oh,
Since we're making elemental mitigation more accessible, we've heavily reduced accessibility to physical damage taken as chaos or elemental damage. Those stats are still around, but you should not expect to be getting full conversion anymore. All block passives have been buffed, so you can now more easily achieve block cap from just the passive tree.
thank you, thank you,
The
thank
Keystone
you,
Versatile Combatant has been improved to have less of a penalty to maximum block.
thank you. Like
A
this,
number of
these
life leech
block
passives have
changes
been
are
buffed
stuff I've
to
wanted for
generally
so
allow
long.
more acquisition of
Because it's
maximum
so
leech
hard
rate
on
for life.
Necromancer. Without
Val
bone bar,
Pact has
without
been reinstated to its former glory.
bone
for
offering.
instant life leech, but only for melee. We've reworked Flesh and Stone.
So what does
Previously,
ET
this
now
buff
do?
skill granted Maim and Blind, depending on the stance of our character. Now, while in Sand stance, the skill simply provides damage mitigation, becoming more effective the closer you are to enemies. While in Blood stance, enemies will take more physical damage the closer you are to them. This skill will now greatly favor melee or close range gameplay. Given we're doing a Kalguuran League, Ward has also received a bit of attention.
Oh, that's
There are
good.
new
I
uniques that grant
noticed.
Ward, and the base restoration of Ward is now faster. To compensate, Olroth's Resolve has been nerfed, but Ward loop builds will still be possible. Anyway, that was most of the purely defensive changes. Now let's look at some of the offensive and utility-based ones. There are more and better ways to deal with mana as an attacker on the southern hemisphere of the passive tree.
That's cool. Wait, what is this? That's a new
Wands,
reservation
daggers,
wheel?
Scepters, claws, and staves now have higher critical strike chance values than ever. Wands can go as high as 10% without
Please give us
modifiers.
minion
Sandstorm
base crit
Visage
too.
has been made rarer to compensate.
Please give
instead
it-
of
give
reducing
us.
its power. For you wand attackers, wands now have higher attack speed than ever to compensate for their low damage. Wand exclusive skills such as Power Siphon, Kinetic Bolt, and Kinetic Blast now have faster attack times. Impale passives have been revised and in general buffed.
I don't care too much about Impale.
The buffs granted by Warcries are now simpler but more significant and more universal to builds. They also now apply to allies by default. Banners have been reworked. Instead of having a reservation cost, they are now free. However, they don't grant a permanent buff. Banners now need to be placed for the effect to be active.
Oh,
However, once placed, they are far more powerful than before.
huh.
Additionally, there are new ways to prolong the effects and more ways to invest in them than ever before.
Am I gonna use banners?
Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable.
I feel like I wouldn't,
Rage is now
depending on how strong they
multiplicative
are.
attack
I might.
damage, but no longer inherently grants attack speed or movement speed. It has a new cap, and you can find many new passive clusters that allow you to invest into the mechanic. The goal is to make Rage more powerful as a baseline and less gated behind the use of specific unique items and ascendancy classes.
I don't mind. This
Berserk
one thing I
has
will
been
say.
nerfed, just so you're aware. We have changed how bleed works too. You can now find aggravated bleed on the passive tree. When applied, all bleeds on the enemy will deal damage as if the enemy is moving for the remainder of their duration. The skill Ensnaring Arrow no longer interacts with bleed, so no more will you have to apply bleeds and swap to a bow. You can now achieve the same result using aggravated bleed passives without the annoyance.
That's good. That's a good
Rupture
change.
from the Deadeye has been turned into a support gem. We've added the new Overexertion support gem, which highly favors slam builds. Now, it's time to look at a hot topic, Magic Find. In the Settlers of Kalguur expansion, we are going to be removing item quantity bonuses from all character items.
God
this
damn!
will not affect existing items in standard leagues. Magic
No
Find
more
is intended
MF.
to be another axis on your gear you can scale once you have achieved the power you want. With item quantity
I don't blame
being
them, to
only
be
available
honest.
on unique items, this meant if you wanted to get the most out of it, you had to be playing a very specific build. We still want people to be able to invest into Magic Find, but now only through item rarity. This can be obtained on a number of rare item slots and by a
Look at
much
all that
larger number
gold.
of builds. What about Ventor's Gamble, you might ask? Here it is now. This is one of the
Was
biggest
that a
balance
lot
patches
of-
we've ever done.
That was a
I
big
can't
amount of
promise that
rarity.
existing builds will all be safe. Even we aren't able to predict all the outcomes here, nor have we even gone into every single change, just the major ones. I don't know, man. Balance is hard.
That's the
But
truth.
the sheer number of new, viable options is exciting, especially
I
for
agree.
Melee.
I think
And we're
I like the
determined
changes
to
so
drag
far.
the game in a better direction. Be sure
like
to
the
read
changes
the
a
patch
lot.
notes after this. It's going to be a ruckus. In 3.24, we overhauled the in-game experience by introducing a new tier of maps and reworking scarabs. We want to continue to improve these systems and introduce more exciting in-game content every league. 3.25 is no exception. Let's check out the myriad of changes coming in Settlers of Kalguur. First up, we are changing many scarabs. We won't go into too much detail here to avoid getting lost in the weeds, but here's a few new ones. Be sure to check out the patch notes after this for more detail. We've also added an additional map device slot, which will be unlocked upon completing your first 10-way Maven encounter.
Yeah, they mentioned this in
This
on
simply
a
allows
previous
for more
video.
combinations of scarabs and maps, resulting in more
They said
difficulty
10 ways
and
specifically?
more rewards. This is on top of the existing additional slot that can be unlocked by completing your first Tier 17 map. There are now 6 map device slots in total. You might have seen our teaser, where we revealed we'll be adding new special encounters to the endgame. One such encounter is the Nameless Seer, lurking in Tier 16 and 17 maps. This NPC will give you a selection of unique items, and you can pick one for free.
Okay.
In Tier 16 maps, he now has an additional feature, where you can scry a map. This allows you to swap the divination card drops of the current map with another map on your atlas.
Oh.
Just one caveat. You cannot have the same map be in multiple swaps at the same time. If you want to undo your choice, you can use a scouring orb on either map on your atlas. We've also
That's
made
cool.
some updates to a
That's
couple of
pretty
leagues.
cool, actually.
Blight has been updated with some atlas passive skill changes,
I'm gonna have to check out the changes.
and double anointed amulets can now drop in Blight Ravaged maps.
Hey, what
We've
now?
also introduced a new type of oil.
Yo,
that can only
new
drop from Blighted
bases.
and Blight Ravaged maps. Ritual has also been updated. You can now find one new and many reworked base types, new unique items, corpses you can use to raise as specters,
Good one.
and occasionally a fragment,
Marionettes are back.
granting access to the King in the Mists boss fight from the Affliction League.
I never did this boss fight.
He
This
will
is a
drop
boss fight
number of
I'd
unique
want to
items
do.
that were familiar from the league, but not that which was taken, as it is now that which was taken away.
Yes, by GGG.
However, he now drops a different modular jewel that you might recognize from the Necropolis League.
The icon looks the same as TWWT. Piranha's back? Piranha's came
Tier
back.
16 and Tier 17 maps, you can now encounter the Wildwood, also from the Affliction League. In case you missed it, the Wildwood is a mysterious forest fraught with danger. In the darkness, you will find magical woods.
This is worthy of being the last part before
Upon
BPOE2.
releasing them, they will empower the
Like,
monsters in your map.
I don't even
promising
care.
more danger,
This
but more
has
rewards.
it's so loaded. It's
You
not
may
even
also
funny.
find random sentinels on the ground near the start of your maps.
Oh.
From the Sentinel League. They work in a similar way to before. They aren't items, but you can click on them and then they can be activated in that area at any time of your choosing.
So,
Upon activation, they will buff monsters around you, increasing their difficulty and rewards. And here's one for those who like to live dangerously.
and then you can use the
You may
Atlas
occasionally find a
Altar. How
reflective
often?
mist from the Kalandra League. It has
Kalandra is
two
also
outcomes.
going
It
core.
could drop a jewelry item with randomly enhanced or inverted modifier values. Or it can give a reflecting mist item, which can be used on an existing piece of jewelry to perform the same action at a time of your choosing.
This is gonna be so
Good luck.
fucking expensive, I'm sure.
There's many other small changes to League content. We're removing the first 15 most boring waves of the simulacrum
Yeah, we've
and
gone through this.
rebalancing its rewards
It's
to
nice.
improve the
It's a good
chances of
change.
finding unique jewels.
Though I never do
We're
Sim to
also
begin with. I
adding
might
some of
try
the beasts
Sim.
from Einhar's Memory of Harvest Beasts to the core pool. This includes
Huh?
the Black Morrigan.
Hey,
In
what
other
now?
news, we've added a set of new chisel types, which can be applied to your maps to get different bonuses. While the Cartographer's Chisel
Huh?
still increases item quantity, there are new ones that now increase rarity,
Oh
pack
shit.
size, increased chance for currency items,
No.
divination cards, and scarabs.
Oh, this is
Also worth
beautiful.
mentioning that chisels now apply 20% quality per chisel to white maps,
This is
10% to
this,
yellow
this is
maps,
this is
and
beautiful. man.
5% to red maps and higher.
This is
Unique
actually
maps still
beautiful.
require the full 20 chisels.
Brings a tear to
Also,
my eye.
only one type of chisel can be applied to a map at a time. During 3.24, we made a change to Tier 17 maps that allowed them to be rerolled with Chaos Orbs. We are now expanding the currency types that can be used on them to also include currencies like chisels and Val Orbs. Ultimately, the only restriction Tier 17 maps now have is that explicit modifiers cannot be removed from them. We have also revised the difficulty of these maps, as they didn't quite hit the mark.
You better.
The monsters in them now have substantially less life and deal less damage.
I hope this
Meaning
doesn't affect
Tier
the
17
minions.
maps now better fit into the progression between Pinnacle and Uber Pinnacle content.
I hope this doesn't affect the minions. I want my
Lastly, we've
Regifilers.
adjusted the drop rate of Valdo's puzzle boxes. Previously, we were adapting its drop rate based on the possible outcomes selected by supporters. So many supporters really wanted Mage Blood, so the box was hardly dropping. Thus, we have drastically increased the drop rate of the box, but reduced the probability of getting chase unique items from it, like Mage Blood. Overall,
That's
we
fine.
have taken care not to reduce the number of Mage Bloods total in the economy. We figured it was better to have more tickets for fun rather than barely seeing any boxes in a league. We've been hard at work improving the Path of Exile experience on consoles. With native ports for the Xbox Series consoles already being released, and PS5 on the near horizon, the game now takes full advantage of the console hardware. Loading times have been reduced even further, pop-in has been reduced, and textures won't start unloading in heavy scenes. Furthermore, overall visual fidelity has been improved for all new generation consoles. Path of Exile now uses the highest available resolution textures and water effects.
Oh,
We've
Spark
installed
looks
a
very
new
different.
upscaling algorithm that improves the crispness of dynamic resolution.
Spark looks
with an
very
additional
different with console.
anti-aliasing pass on top of that. With these upgrades, we also support variable refresh rate TVs and monitors on PlayStation 5 and on all Xbox consoles. In the options, players can now choose which aspect of visual fidelity they want to focus on: resolution, image quality, or target frame rate. In 3.24, we added some new encounters and secrets to the campaign. In
Okay.
Settlers of Kalguur, we're adding even more. We're not going to spoil them all here, but keep an eye out for anything unfamiliar on your adventures. Who knows what you'll find? I mean, I know, but still. There's an underground bunker underneath the refinery, guarded by powerful robots.
Huh?
I wonder what's been hidden away here.
Huh?
How do I unlock this
That
mysterious
looks
door?
delve-related.
What riches must lay inside? Blighted growths have appeared in the gardens and sewers of San. A vault containing riches can be found in the reliquary. As you might have seen in our teasers, there's a slew of quality of life features we've been working on. Here's a quick summary. You'll no longer need to interact with waypoints to unlock them. You can just walk by and they'll activate automatically. When using keyboard and mouse, you'll be able to pick up items from further away. We're adding static life bars to some bosses. Not all bosses will have them just yet, but we'll be adding more over
hoping,
time.
like, this is bugged, but I'm
You
not
can
gonna
now
refresh.
see which divination cards drop in each map by hovering over them on your atlas. When you die, you can now resurrect without having to reactivate all your reservation effects. Like
Yo,
auras
there's so
and
many
heralds.
changes.
You can start harvest encounters with just a single action.
This league.
The amount of quality provided by currency items like whetstones is now based on the item
This
level
league.
rather than item rarity. Those currencies now apply a 20% quality to
That's
very
all
low
I can
level
see,
items,
yo.
with that amount reducing as the item level increases.
It is gonna be so good.
Next up,
And I
we're
gotta
going to be
wait
talking
a
about our
week to
new
play
League
it?
supporter packs.
That's so long.
Today, we're launching 2 new series of supporter packs, the Paladin and Penance packs. Each tier contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. These packs are only available for the duration of the Settlers of Kalguur League and will leave the store forever when it ends. As always, the microtransactions in these packs are purely cosmetic and do not affect your character's power or progression in any way. The Paladin series of supporter packs contains 6 exclusive microtransactions. Adorn your weapon or shield with the Paladin weapon effect. Make a show of leveling up with the Harpy Flyover level up effect.
Lol.
Equipping the Divine Paladin armor set will periodically cause slain enemies to be consecrated and laid to rest. This set also comes with a matching back attachment. Both the helmet and back attachment have options to display the radiant glow, or not, you pick. The Divine Judgment finisher effect locks onto unique enemies before obliterating them with a laser from the heavens.
Lol.
May your critical hits resonate across Breaklust with the Cleric's Bell back attachment.
Now you know it when you crit. You gotta
Invite
be
your
100%
friends to
sure.
spend a day at the races in the Vasteri Racecourse hideout. Add rowers to the track to race them against each other.
Oh, this is
you
a
can just
dope.
spectate
This
from
is a
the
dope one.
sidelines. The Penance Pack series also has 6 exclusive microtransactions. With the Penance back attachment equipped, a repentant soul is chained to your back and lashed with lightning. Ouch. Place none other than the Trial Master in your hideout and have him comment on your chaos.
This is gonna be such a
And
good
Val
last league to
crafting attempts.
PoE 1 before PoE 2 starts.
Your luck is over, fool.
He even keeps a record of how many Chaos and Val orbs you've used in your hideout during the league, or across all leagues.
You know one thing I wanna
Blood stains
see?
your
I
armor the
wanna
more
see
life
if
you lose
gold
when
is still
wearing the
there
Acolyte's
in
Penance
other,
armor
like-
set.
Like in all these places.
The Zealot's Madness portal effect fragments as you near
Oh
it.
lol.
The Cauldron map device boils maps, fragments, and scarabs placed into it, keeping a tally of how many have been thrown into the pot in the current league
I'd like this
or
one.
across all leagues.
I would like this one.
The Exiled Squire pets follow in your footsteps, hyping you up for battles,
Lol. Exiled.
providing pessimistic commentary,
Cycle repeats.
or voicing their disdain for you to bring you down a peg.
About time you kicked the bucket.
These
How
packs
about you
are
eat
now
shit,
available
okay?
for purchase on both PC and console, and will remain
You're
so
gonna
during
piss me
Path
off
of
so
Exile,
much. I can
Settlers of
already tell.
Kalguur. Meanwhile, the Solar and Eldritch packs leave the store forever at the launch of Settlers of Kalguur League. So now's your last chance to purchase them. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
I don't know if I mentioned
Now,
this, but I
we
got
have
my
one
first
more thing to
PoE
announce before getting
merch
into the Q&A.
earlier this
We are
month
soon going
or
to be
last
running a
month.
small closed beta test for Path of Exile 2. We have been taking
Oh, shit.
signups for the Path of Exile 2 beta tests over at pathofexile2.com.
I registered for
We
it, I
will only
think.
be selecting a very limited number of people for this first test, but if you want to make sure that you are considered, then head over to the website
I think
and
I already
register
have
your
that.
email address now.
But let's be sure. Let's be
We're
sure.
just about to start the Q&A with
Path
Ziggy D. Afterwards,
of
we'll post
Exile
Path of Exile
2
Settlers of Kalguur's
.com.
full patch notes. With release at the end of next week, our community
Slash
team will be posting crucial
register.
information you'll need for Settlers of Kalguur's release. Keep an eye on the news. On release weekend, we expect to launch the new mystery box and
Yo,
the
it
season's
says
Terraform
error.
Pass.
The fuck?
Thanks for joining us today and checking out our latest developments.
It says
We're looking
error.
forward to building our towns alongside you,
Look at it.
trying new builds, slaying
says
monsters,
error.
and exploring new in-game strategies next week. We'll begin the Q&A shortly, so please get your questions ready.
I don't even know what to ask if I wanted to ask. Like, there is so fucking much. But what we're gonna do now is we're gonna I want this thing to. Let's refresh it. I don't like when the client's doing that. You're gonna see ads, but
How you get there?
it's fine. Holy shit! There has been so bloody much. Firstly, can we just take a minute to appreciate the fact that corpses are coming back? Like, just that alone. I don't know if they're gonna come back with auras, but hopefully they come back with auras. Oh, we're back.
All three of us in person today.
Okay.
For the first time ever. For a very exciting and massive.
Oh, he's in person.
After,
Oh, that's chill.
some real whiplash from some huge announcements there. It just
No,
kept
that's
going, like-
that. Those were insane. It was back to back insane announcement after insane announcement. Just kept going, and I love it.
End of the day, really, it's we have this much time, we have this many people who can do what we do, and we just keep going till the end. Like, it doesn't stop here. Like, we've still got one more week, right? Like, there are still changes that can be made, so we're going to keep making them. So, but yeah, it's huge. It is absolutely massive.
Yeah, Jonathan was saying to me the other day, I don't think it's that big. And I was like, mate, that was crazy. It just kept going.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from my perspective, I kind of look at this and I'm like, okay, when I compare it to the amount of stuff that's being created for PoE 2, it seems small, but yeah, when you actually think about it, it's like, yeah, it's pretty
It is
nuts.
so
Yeah,
much.
fair enough. Yeah, making a
Nah,
whole
it
new
is
game
so
there, but
much.
We are only talking about Path of Exile 1
sure, for
today,
sure.
and you gave it plenty of space to shine. And we've got returning leagues, we've got a whole new league with a lot going on, and some very experimental content as well. And with all of that, you did tease us once again with the concept and potential of a boat league, and yet you sailed away and left us stranded on the dock once more. What gives?
It's very much not intentional. I suspect, and honestly,
Oh, there's a
I
question.
honestly reckon if someone actually got a boat league, they wouldn't end up actually liking it. But
Do the nerfs
we can
apply
only
to
really prove that
Spectres?
by
The
testing
T17
it, and
nerfs.
so maybe one day we'll get
That's
there.
the
but
question.
until then, you're just going to have there'll be boats,
I'ma
but you
type
won't
it,
be on
fuck
the
it.
boats. Maybe one day we'll see.
All right. We'll have to keep dangling that just out of reach for us. So, does this feel like to you guys? And I've seen this theory floated around a lot of a bit of a send-off league for Path of Exile 1, in a sense that we've got the Path of Exile 2 beta kind of just around the corner now.
I guess I don't really see it that way because, we intend to keep on making PoE 1 leagues. We're going to, it really is just, the standard lead cycle, it is hard as a studio making two things at the same time, for sure. But, that's something we just have to sort of get used to. And yeah, we certainly wouldn't want people to think, oh yeah, this is like the last PoE 1 league or something like that, right? It's definitely not the case. We're going to be continuing to make PoE 1 leagues, and, that like you should expect to see things of this size in the future as well.
So, Settlers of adds gold, and I think we should touch on that and the whole currency exchange thing first. So it's obviously using gold for its features, its progression with the workers and upgrading buildings and things like that. But you're also experimenting with some core game features like respecs and a trading fee for the new currency exchange. Huge announcement there. So those that have been following
that is wild.
will be familiar with the concept of gold and why that's a thing that you might add to the game now after it's not had gold for so long. But could you explain what is the idea behind gold?
So really, I mean, gold is something that PoE1 obviously never had. I think it's something that, in retrospect, I think that didn't help the game. The important thing with gold is that it's not used as a trading currency. Like, gold needs to be something that is only, like, it's bound to the individual character, and that means what it effectively is a measure of how much actual play that you've done, right, since you can't trade it between players. And that means that it's actually ends up being a perfect currency to be able to do something like gate the player-to-player trade with an automated system like that, because you know, in order to be able to you can't just sit there flipping all day. You actually have to be able to go and play the game as well, and that sort of prevents the kind of crazy inflation that you can get with other automated, you know, auction house type systems that you see in other action RPGs. Or at least that's the theory. But the thing is that we have to test this stuff, and this is the reason why we're really keen to do it as a league mechanic to start with, to sort of see, like, you know, is it going to work? Is the economy going to go weird? You know, what's going to happen? That way we can kind of dip our toe in, see what happens. You know, test this, because, you know, the thing with this trade stuff is you really cannot test it, you know, like in the office, right? Like it is simply, we don't have thousands and thousands of people that you would need to be able to actually see how that goes. So on some level, you know, we kind of need our community to see what happens with the economy to be able to test something like that, and that's just, you know, one of the few areas where that's like that. Yeah, what we're hoping is that everything just goes fine. It's just way better. We can then immediately put it in, you know, the core game as soon as we've done with that, ideally without too many tweaks, and then that'll be good. But yeah, we really have to see by putting it in a league first.
The thing I really like about this gold idea is that it allows you to effectively be converting this idea of friction in the user experience of like physically trading into actual gameplay.
Right,
the stuff we like doing.
For sure. Yeah, I mean, that really helps. And as I said, like, this system, you know, like, it'll be also really nice to be able to see how it works before we ship PoE2 as well. Like, it's really nice to, you know, to be able to do that. And we may be able to go further than this. Like, the intention is to go further, and you know, so this is effectively our first, the first part. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I don't know if you know.
There is also one thing about this, and just because it maybe wasn't clear, is that despite being in the league, gold is just dropping as items from killing everything in the game.
What? No!
You kill monsters, you play the game, you're getting gold.
Okay.
You don't actually need to engage with the league to
Don't play with me.
Use the gambling, use the respecking, or use the currency exchange. So despite being in the league, and the gold is only dropping in the league due to us being more experimental with it and seeing how it goes, like, if you don't like the league's mechanics, it's not like those are gated behind that as well. I just wanted to clarify that, just in case anyone was like, you know, thinking,
yeah.
I don't want to.
You know, you can just invite Faustus into your hideout and then just use him for that, and you know, and that can be the only thing you do if you want.
So all that currency exchange, the item gambling and stuff is all like fully accessible, even if you basically don't do any of the other stuff.
For sure. Yeah. For sure.
Which means, of course, if it is successful, it can port into the core game very, very easily. You just turn gold drops on, put Faustus in. Done. I mean, there's a little bit more than that, but you know, that's generally the summary of it. It doesn't have to come with the whole kind of city building element. And
I want the city builder to be permanent, please.
Yeah, so do you see it being something that's likely to stick around then? And that's kind of the intention.
That is certainly our intention. It's just that we want to be able to still have an out if things go horribly wrong, or if we feel like we need to change some stuff. So yeah, like, it is certainly our intention to keep it in if we can.
It's a nice little safety net at being part of the league for you then. Safety rip.
Probabilities are high, and I suspect also no one's going to let us remove it, right? So, like, let's be realistic here.
It would have to go horrifically wrong for everyone to be like, okay, you were right, don't do this.
Yeah.
I can't imagine. So there's also this gambling thing with Faustus where you can buy these un-ID'd items, and actually look pretty powerful from what I saw. Like, the items it was producing were like those really well rolled rares.
I can't wait for this.
Gambles? Why is that a part of it?
Ultimately, it's a sink. You don't want gold to just be accumulated forever. But the awesome thing is that it's a way to target specific base types. And that's ultimately the luxury. So obviously when you're going through the campaign and you're looking for specific targeted gear upgrades, very, very useful for that. And as you get higher and higher level, I guess as you upgrade your tavern, I guess technically sort of, but also as you just get higher level, it upgrades the modifier tier rating, which was a term some people might not know, but it was used in Necropolis League, which effectively cuts off the bottom X tiers that can generate. So the items by endgame will be generating with a minimum tier higher than something, and thus they are pretty powerful items.
It's worth mentioning that like there's quite a lot of changes in this league around the idea of how can we make rares more viable than uniques. Like quite a lot of the balance things are actually around this idea, and that extends to things like adding more base types higher up and so on to make it so that there's like that they can compete with uniques more. The higher tier life mods, all of this sort of stuff, and the gambling and the ability to get rares this way as well is like once again another part of this. So we really want to try and make it so that and the reason why that's important is because if like Mark said in the video with the item quants problem as well, that was one of the other things that sort of meant that you had to be tied to specific uniques, like for sure. And so we just wanted to remove more of the barriers that allow people to just be able to use rares, and then that opens up for more different build types. Like if less uniques become mandatory. So that's as I said, it's just another one of those things that kind of affects that.
So with that being an attractive expenditure of gold, how much do you want players to be able to trade currency freely between each other with this very fast and asynchronous currency exchange system? Like, obviously, gold is your ability to control how much of that's happening in terms of volume. How liquid do you want any currency orb drop to be? So
for currency in particular, we're fine with like a very high amount of liquidity. Later on, we've talked about how in PoE 2 we're going to be doing asynchronous trade for items as well. For that, we need to have a bit less liquidity, and the reason why is because currency can sync itself, like there is its own currency sync. So effectively, that means that we don't have to like worry too much about fast trade there. Like the relative value should establish, and everything should be okay, and it shouldn't matter too much about that being highly liquid. That said, there is still a gold price to do it because we don't want people literally just sitting there just doing only that forever. But that this is something that we don't want to. It certainly should feel like
it shouldn't be an insane gold price. This is something to say. It shouldn't be insane. It should be manageable.
Like it's not intended to be something that a normal player would.
Especially seeing as you also use gold to respec.
Of course, it is still meant to have high friction early game.
Because you
don't want to demean the leveling experience and the new player experience where they think the right answer is to go and just trade all of the stuff away. You want it to be that you're more finding items there and getting things organically, and only later in the game does it become.
So the gold prices late in the game are like not a roadblock at all. The gold prices early in the game are a roadblock. So that's kind of preventing that early game kind of issue.
Yeah, because you want an ALC when you're leveling your first character to feel like an ALC.
Yeah, exactly.
Not to be like,
you
this should be chaos.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay. But that honestly sounds like a relief that you're not worried about that sort of thing too much, because that that kind of incentive to hoard currency and not spend it all while leveling is always a bit of a bummer.
Right.
This feels like a bit of a momentous occasion, the the currency exchange. This because you've had this whole system of like the currency that syncs itself and stuff for so long, and now finally blending that with gold and this system. Huge.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's also just a mental block as well, right? Because it's like, how can you add gold to PoE? It's like, it's just one of those. It's one of those things. So
this was one of the key components that was part of like designing the league. It was largely like how we started from that point. Because again, when you ask most people in the office, most players in the office and outside the office, what is the like number one problem with Path of Exile? And in what experience gives them the most negative reaction? For sure, it's often trade. And especially, and I can't remember if it was last league or the league before, and I was trying to buy, what was I trying to buy on the currency? It was like one of the catalysts.
Come on, don't do this to me.
Catalyst up my rings and ammy.
Oh man.
And you get 100 people on the trade website. I just went spam. I got 100 people. And guess how many replied? Zero. Zero people replied to me. And I know you're meant to scroll down because all the top people are just bad actors. And then it's like, okay, I actually got to a point where I was like, okay, genuinely no one replied. And then like so as I say on Discord, I was like, yo, I need some help buying these things. Can everyone just start messaging everyone trying to get these catalysts for me, please? And so yes, it is actually was hopefully to be no longer soon, the most frustrating experience you can
Yeah.
have as a player at
It
endgame.
was something else.
And yes, so when we're designing the league, we're like, okay, if this is the number one problem, how are we not taking some sort of stride to solve it? And so that's kind of where, well, it almost acted as the basis of how can we build something around that, because then it's gold, and then it's like, what can you do with gold? And then we just extrapolated from there into all kinds of things. So yeah, I like that a lot of what we're developing now is coming from a how can we solve actual problems first, as opposed to just, well, as opposed to entirely like how can we add cool content. It's like how can we do both these things at the same time. And I feel like a lot of what's going on in this patch is with that philosophy, as opposed to just here's cool stuff. It's solving problems and adding cool stuff at the same time.
I love this trend of you just doing the thing we do and being like, this is awful, just like you said.
Actually awful. I tried to in that live stream. I tried to voice my disgust at when I talked about price fixes and people who don't reply. But like, if you had got my actual emotional reaction, I would have probably been screaming a little bit and raging like a little bit more.
Yeah, most infuriating thing, and it was one of the things that ground me down last league that stopped me from enjoying as much as I could. So it's huge, and it really pairs in with like the Scarab changes and stuff recently as well. So we'll talk more about that later. But the currency exchange includes fragments, scarabs, anything that's homogenized.
Exactly, that's the word.
Right.
So yeah, anything, so obviously it can't work with things like maps and so on, because they don't, they're not all identical. It's just anything that where they're exactly the same. No one item can be distinguished from another.
It has to be able to stack. Is ultimately the goal. Yeah. So yes,
Scarabs.
use the existing trade system for the things that can't. So that's like beasts can't be, maps can't be, incubators can't be because they have a level. Things like that. They can't because they cannot guaranteed stack on a single thing. And it's not like you don't want to have a tab of incubators where it's got every incubator level 1, every incubator level 2, every incubator level 3, in this giant mega eternal list. So things like that you'll be trading using the existing way, and all stackables you'll trade.
I wonder if you are still allowed to go for like currency in
the div cards are in there. Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
Trade
Anything
window
that is
just because of comfort.
There's just so many of them. That's all.
I mean, I'll never do for
Anything that's
currency.
stackable and has
but-
no other variable. Yep.
Wow. And you were telling me that like it will list like the 13 most common trade pairs for each item, and
Yeah, so this is the thing, because with this trade system, you can technically trade any item for any other item, because that's how PoE works. So we have to have some kind of way to basically tell players, okay, so here's the actual thing that like people are trading with this with. So effectively, unless you're the first person ever to trade something, then it's going to say like, here's the most popular several things that people trade for the saw, trade for the sin. It also shows you like the market price, obviously, for what's been going on, as well as
it shows you market price. That's
so
true.
getting into stock market terms here, but the first five price levels in the order book. So that's to say you can see like what the how many things are available to you.
That's something I was worried about. I'll be honest.
And
so
that will allow you to
that's cool.
To do your trade. So I suppose some people will be learning more about the stock market pretty soon. I guess we'll have
I mean, some people are going to love that.
Yeah, for sure. But one thing just to make sure people understand is like this is still player to player trade. Like you don't know who you're trading with, and like it will be instant if there's like liquidity in the market. But it is coming from someone else's actual stash.
Yeah, it's a physical trade. Still.
Yeah. So just that's worth bearing, because some people, when they see the video, they're like, oh, okay, it's just like you're trading with the system somehow, or there's some kind of like market thing where the system like determines a price. Something. No, it's not that. You're actually buying off someone else. So any trade you do where you've got like I'm buying this, I'm selling this, someone else has entered a trade on the other end of I'm selling this, I'm buying that. And
the prices are all set by players. It's like you guys setting that stuff.
Exactly.
There's a few other things I'll just mention as well that are adjacent or that got implemented as a result. So like when you're adding them, it will pull from your stashes. It won't. You don't have to move everything to your inventory first and then do it. So you can.
No, that's good.
Because if people might be wondering, okay, if I want to sell or trade away 5,000 chaos or some number of chaos that won't fit in their inventory, as long as it isn't their stash, you can do it. You can do up to 65,000 of a given currency in a single
damn.
exchange. If you have that much. What else? There are shortcut binds for moving all of them to your inventory, so you don't have to like control click spam 1,000 times. It is, I believe,
So
control right click will move all of them to your inventory. And also, as a bonus, we have implemented that to and from the stash with all stackables as well. So you can control right click on a thing in your inventory to move all of that type into your stash, and vice versa.
That's
my
good.
35-year-old hands are falling apart. Thank you.
Yeah, same.
That's really good.
Yeah.
Best change. Very good. So if this is successful, do you see it being something you expand to being able to do other things that aren't homogenous, so maps and gear and things like that?
Well, that's certainly the
not-
plan for PoE 2, and it would be nice to be able to do that in PoE 1 as well. We just have to work out how it can work exactly. So, well, I believe that we will get there, and that's certainly our intention.
Oh.
That's
interesting. I didn't think they
see how
would
it goes,
be
but yeah, that's the intention.
pushing for it in
this
PoE 1, but if they are,
I
then
think, though,
by all
is, like,
means.
solving quite a large amount of the problem, because I think this is the currency is what you're doing all the time. You need that to be easy. So like we figured that we needed to get this part out there first.
Yeah, historic for the first time ever. That's been the we want to do this unless something goes wrong.
Yeah.
Amazing. Perfect. All right, well, we'll leave the currency exchange there. Thanks for the extra insight on that. Did you have to resist the temptation to go like full candle graphs and all that stuff?
I'm sure
I
at
bet
some
you wanted
point.
to.
I'm sure at some point this will start to happen. We'll have community like websites of like all the technical
plugins.
indicators and like all that sort of stuff.
Mad Money YouTube channel. Yeah.
It is worth noting also on the currency exchange, I will be posting a video on Monday just for anyone who's unclear, or Monday or Tuesday, New Zealand, for anyone who's unclear on how it works. It's a little bit of a like currency market for dummies kind of thing. It's just goes over the basics.
We will need
and
it.
hopefully, it's room for either feedback on UX if they see anything that wants to change, or of course just better understanding of how to use it. It is very easy for someone to get very scared looking at it and go, I don't quite know what to do. But it is pretty straightforward. You just, it can be easy to fare yourself out of buying or selling stuff because you may be like, I don't know what the best ratio is, and it provides all that stuff for you. It's pretty straightforward, but still, so hence putting out a video to try and help people out, in terms of understanding when they're going into it, and
I'll check it out, 100%.
We'll see how it goes.
Mate, I'm definitely signing up for your trading tips newsletter.
Come on, don't load on me. Oi!
Can't wait.
My trading tips currently is like spam everyone and get really angry. So hopefully it's no longer that afterwards.
That's all of our strategy currently. Excellent. So returning to Settlers of Kalguur, how did this very cozy concept for the Settlers come about of this town building thing?
Well, I know what you pitched me on first was Pal World League.
That
was the first pitch I got.
I remember your initial response, I think, was, hold on, that could mean many things. Does that mean we have guns? And I was like, well,
Catch
maybe.
Like Pokemon things.
So it kind of like it moved around a little bit from the initial pitch. I know, like, 'cause I mean, the first pitch was definitely too complicated with all sorts of like, it had like way more stages of different products and all sorts of stuff going on. Like it was pretty crazy, and so it kind of got put into a more sort of like PoE applicable like way.
Let me just make sure.
I don't know if you've got a.
It was coming from, again, the philosophy of wanting to solve problems. So I wrote down all the problems. And I was like, how can we solve all these problems? And it was like, well, if you had an NPC for each, and then it's like an NPC, well, that would mean a town for each. And then you want to make some game mechanic out of it, so you have some level of automation and stuff like that. And yes, there was a very, very, very long list at the start. And we ended up just refining it down to like, here are the actual important things that we can do and want to do. But yeah, and then obviously how the rest of it came about, the coziness and using Kalguur and all of that stuff, ultimately just comes from the fact that it's like, well, one thing that takes a long time in development, like a very, very long time, is art, right? It takes a long time. You got your concept, you got research, you got, all the way through to the actual modeling and everything. It is a long process. So all of a sudden when you can be like, well, we've got all this art from this other game here.
Andy?
Yeah. So we actually thought it would be pretty cool, basically, because in Act 4 and PoE 2, we've got this whole thing of like the Kalguur and making a settlement
Registered
on
there.
We thought it would be just cool to sort of tell that story of how that happened here, and we've got some of the stuff like, it would be quite nice to do that. That's kind of ended up how that being. But the theme that we got there came after the initial concept of we want to make some kind of settlement town thing, and we're like, okay, what can we do with that? And then we realized, hey, we've already got this sort of storyline we've got going on here in PoE 2. We might as well connect it up and kind of have like an interesting thing there.
It definitely feels like increasing the scope of the world a little bit, because this is a distant civilization 1,500 kilometers away. I saw on the map, and those are people who have not been involved in the storyline of PoE 1. So this is a new expansion there. World-wise.
I mean, they always sort of technically existed. Like there was lore written for that when we did the previous expansion with them, expedition. But like in PoE 2 we kind of expanded on that because we had that location and everything, and so we that just meant that we've got the stuff.
It's the Act 4 town, by the way.
It adds a little bit to the flavor to have to do that sort of stuff.
PoE 2 Act 4.
It is very, very rare for us to go to talk about or go outside of Rayclast ever.
Yeah, there's presumably a whole world out there, but we haven't really heard too much about it, right?
Well, it's not just like here's a planet of water with this like tiny little island, right? Like
the Star Wars planets.
So
all just one thing.
What we're saying is boat league is possible. It's not like it's just land everywhere.
Confirmed,
damn, that was a good. I could have used that as an excuse for no boat league, was to have it.
there's
aside from this little bit of water, there's just
boats.
land. The rest of it,
Yeah, you've already dropped the ball on that one. There's a few boats already.
Damn it, there's lots of water.
All right.
Yeah.
So this idea of this is very much like a meta progression league, right? Like, and that's not a new concept. The idea of like a league having its own sort of progression outside of your personal character progression, but this is definitely the main flavor here. It feels. Is this something you specifically wanted to give players, like a greater context for their things that they're doing? So
I'm very curious as to the unique stats you can
this whole other thing.
kind of put on rare items.
For sure, but I will mention that like
that's one thing I'm very curious about
in the video. But like the resource gathering thing, like those encounters are encounters that you're going to be encountering through the world, and they have their own mechanics and stuff, which obviously Mark can talk more about. So like that is definitely like content there as well. It's just that like it's kind of not as easy to show. Like we kind of needed to show about all this sort of town stuff. Those encounters will hopefully be very enjoyable as well. And that's kind of like I suppose you could call that the meat and potatoes in some sense of the league, because that's what you'll be doing. Every area you're going to find these things and have to do those encounters. So.
Yeah. So what's that content like in maps then?
Yeah. So you got one in every area. Well, aside from something like Tidal Island and some of that stuff, you got one in every area minimum. So it's 1 to 2. And there are 5 different outcomes, kind of 6, but we'll go over the 5. So you can find different minerals. So the first is Crimson Iron. Crimson Iron is like iron that's overrun with like corruption. So you have these 3
iron that's
2
been
to
vowed
5 as it goes up as you go through the game of these kind of growth spawners, and they're spawning demons or monsters. And then as you kill each growth, the other growths heal, like surge, spawn more monsters, and they accelerate. So they get slightly harder over time. So it's just a full monster encounter. Upon completing it, you get the ore. You've got Orichalcum, which is like guarded by these also demons, or demons were worshipping it. And you notice it had like a shrine icon. So after you kill all the demons, you get the shrine buff, which is, without immediately it sounding underwhelming, the old... you had the old like shock, where you got the shock nova and firestorm shrines, except like done actual damage. So like all of a sudden you've got meteors and lightning storms raining down around you, and they are actually designed to kind of destroy monsters. So you get just this spike of power where you can kind of just run through and let them just obliterate everything.
Okay, doesn't sound bad.
The third is Petrified Amber, which is looks like a little kind of like a tree thing, and clicking it, and all of a sudden heaps of blight-esque monsters kind of come out of the ground and try and attack it. And it's almost like the old Aurion missions from way back, where you just have to protect this tree from the blighted monsters. It's not very difficult. Like none of these are pitched to be very, very
unless
difficult.
the tree has like 10 HP.
They are going up in difficulty in the order
16, 17 maps.
Explaining them.
Then that'd be a problem.
Bismuth, which I suspect will be people's favorite. The way this works is it's guarded by magic and rare monsters. I think 3 packs. I think 1 is rare. Well, maybe early game not rare, but late game it's like 1 is rare, 2 are magic. And they have an extra elemental modifier on them. Like the rare and magic mods, they just got an extra one that's elemental aligned. And when you obviously kill them, there's some free 3 packs of monsters. No one's going to complain about that. You click the bismuth, it releases the elements into the rest of the area, which will apply elemental modifiers to all magic and rare packs in the area. League monsters have a lower chance of getting them, so it's not too out of control. And that does come with the difficulty, but it also comes with the increased item quantity and rarity that
It's a bit Wildwood,
the mods come with.
isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Obviously, it doesn't spawn frequently enough, so I don't expect people to do the whole, run around the whole area killing nothing before clicking it.
Yeah, nice.
You'd be wasting all of your time. However, of course, I can imagine it is the Magic Finder's dream, even though Magic Finding is nerfed, but whatever, that's a different thing. It is the current, whatever is to be Magic Finder's dream.
Magic Find's buff because it's better now because you don't have to wear crappy gear.
Well, sure. Well, yeah, sure. Whatever state it's in, or however you feel about it, it is the dream for that person because obviously you can find I believe you can find 2 of them in an area and all of a sudden you're doubling up on that. I will obviously double check that, but that was definitely the intention. And then, you're getting like these kind of elemental tornadoes spawn throughout the level. Obviously, they don't spawn when all the monsters are dead, so you're not just like looting and getting killed by a random tornado. And then the 5th encounter is Verisium, which is the thing that the Kalgurans love so much. And that very much is... it's like the encounter from Crucible, where it's just like... interact with this rock and it like builds up the amount of Verisium and like spawns all the monsters around it, and then you fight them and kill them, and you get the Verisium at the end, and the monsters, you can see them kind of merging and upgrading over time, and so it's a little bit of a pick your own difficulty. Obviously it doesn't have the whole, I talk about Crucible, it doesn't have the whole weapon tree ruckus going on and having to put an item in there.
Naturally.
It's just, here's your encounter. And then of course there is one boss as well, so occasionally you find a kind of hollow in the ground.
One boss.
Yep.
Okay.
It's in-game, very much in-game. Quite difficult, and he is guarding a lot of Verisium, and also, again, can drop a unique, and I'm pretty sure all those bosses drop a pretty substantial amount of gold as well.
So you've kind of got like 5 micro league mechanics kind of just there also like on top of all that stuff. But as I said, it wasn't really covered like that extensively in the video. So I guess that was something that people, like that's your kind of like main combat stuff that you're kind of doing that's in area.
And you've got the bosses.
Watch me try to speed run my town.
There's a couple of things like that. So there's kind of
on launch.
So there's actually a lot going on with that that more so than what was kind of explained.
But all that to say, there's a lot of words to say that it seems like a classic fight monster in circle.
For sure.
Fight monster in circle.
This is true.
It's 1, 2, it's 2, 3, 5. So 4 encounters fight monsters in circle, and 1 is fight monsters in whole
26.
area.
Perfect.
Yeah,
those are everybody's favorite. So even if you're not that into the meta progression side of things, it's still a fight monster in circle league.
Yes, of course.
Good.
Sure.
It all comes back to that.
It is a speed, and again, you can. There's no real harm in like just doing that for as long as you want, accumulating as much gold as you want, and then if you want to engage with the town later or something, that's always something you can do. End of the day, the gold is going to be your primary restriction, so being able to just farm for ages and get a whole bunch of gold isn't going to like...
My question is, can you spend the gold to then like speed some stuff up?
Take it at your own
I'm
leisure.
hoping
100%, yes.
That touches on the next question, and the
I
one
find
that
that the
when I watched
speed
it,
run
this
is
the thing people might be most concerned about is the somewhat controversial
Real
area
time.
of game design,
Real
timers,
time.
right?
Yeah,
So
sure.
we worried that this would give people ick because they just have that around timers.
I can see what you mean, and like that was honestly when I was talking to Mark about like what's the thing that's going to be the controversial thing about the league. That was certainly up there. One thing that we're wanting to make sure that's really clear though is that you can stack a lot of work like on like in your town that can be done in a queue without you having to come back. So it's not like you have to come back every freaking hour to like check on anything, right? Like you can you can queue days of work and like if you're doing like your map runners, for example, like you've got your big queue there that you can do, and then like you can just come back and then they've done all the maps, you get all the loot from all of them.
So you can just log in when you normally log in.
It also doesn't mean it's so long. Like there's these sweet spots in time that we've really aimed for, right? Anything too short, highly annoying.
Check it all
and then anything too long feels like a mobile game. Right?
Yes.
So we have this kind of sweet spots for a lot of them where it's like for example, you have your queue of maps, but I think I will note, like, I'm going to say some times, but it is highly variable, and you have the agency based on how much gold you have, the skilled workers you have. You can get these things pretty damn quick. You can, but you can also have them take a bit longer, and it's not necessarily the right or wrong answer to go either way. So if you want faster turnaround on your rewards, you do have some agency on that. It'll just cost more gold to do so. And if you want to have like a slower turnaround, and focus your gold somewhere else, that is entirely up to you if you want to do that.
Well,
so
that'd be
it's
good.
got a lot of agency. However, like
I kind of like that.
we have been experimenting with numbers like a lot. It has been discussed constantly. And for example, with the shipping, you had the port of Kalguur. That's the one that has the longest distance, or the 1,500 kilometers. That does take the longest. And I currently believe it's like, towards even 10 hours. But there are ones that are going to take less than 1 hour. And now there are advantages, like a longer shipment will yield better rewards and have higher risk and different rewards. Each port has different unique rewards, and a closer one, but it's not like such a differential that you're always going to do. Well, it's hard for me to predict exactly what players will think that is the best answer, but it shouldn't be the case that you're always doing the thing that takes you feel like you have to do the thing that takes like 10 hours. So there's lots of quick things, lots of long things, and it's kind of up to you how you want to engage with that. And I think that's honestly what mostly differentiates a lot of this, aside with the fact it's also gated by gold, which requires you to actually play the game. It's not like it's just some AFK town. At the end of the day, you have to be playing in order to actually achieve this, killing monsters, looting loot. So there's heaps of stuff there, but we have aimed for that exact sweet spot such that if you are playing... it's not highly annoying, and also not like I never get my rewards. It's going to be pretty bad if you're like, I'm level, let's say you're in Act 1 and you unlock your shipping, and you send your shipping, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to get that back till I'm level 80.
The ritual problem.
That's just terrible, right? So, yes, there are very quick turnarounds as well. For things like that.
Oh, I'm just realizing these are gears for like grinding gear game.
That time to do so. And noting there are 3 ships, you could send one to a far port and then one to a close port. So you can get some ships turning around with high frequency and another turning around with a longer frequency. And the same with the mapping. It's entirely based on the difficulty of the maps, and again how skilled your runners are. So if you want to have higher turnarounds as well, you can put in either easier maps,
we're not going to sleep inside this
maps,
mechanic, right?
or you can put in
like my map is going to be developed day one.
Now,
just
I did
watch.
note in the live stream the
I don't know
timer
how,
on
but
the
I'm going to do
mining
it.
was
I'm gonna
before we
fucking
had
do
done
it.
any iteration.
And
So I'm
I
pretty
might
sure it
release
had
a guide
some real
if
absurd
I
amount of time
find
to mine
an
that
actual
ore.
streamlined
That
way
was
to
just
do
a
it.
straight mistake. It does not take that long. It is much quicker.
It's also worth mentioning with the
Probably
stuff
something
is
I'm
that,
gonna
as I
try
was
to
saying
do,
with
to be
the queues,
honest.
Like, okay,
Like
you
during
can
the
just put
first
as
week, I'm
many-
gonna
like,
see
when
how
you,
I can
find
efficiently do
resources and
this.
there's that sort of mining queue.
I know, I'm
it's not like
making-
you have to like manually reassign your things every time.
Let me
They just
not
move on to the
interrupt
next
too much.
task.
Yeah,
So
that's-
effectively, what that means is that you're not having to come back every and refresh them. You just play, and then the only stuff you have to come back, anything where you'd have to come back and reset them, like for example with the mapping, the queue is long enough that you can just like jam a bunch of stuff in there, and then like what I don't want is you to feel like you have to like wake up in the middle of the night and like freaking put more stuff in there and then come back. That's what I want to avoid. Like it should be that you're still coming back at the normal time that you would play, like that is our design intent. And so if that's not we need to make sure that we're balancing it correctly so that that's the case, that you don't feel pressured to like log in at some time you wouldn't normally.
Imagine how difficult
this sort of
this
thing
is
can
to
be fun
balance.
because it's like you get to come back to
But
it.
just take a moment to realize how difficult it would be to actually try to balance this.
We're addicts for that stuff. That's why we play this.
Like,
genre.
we just play, but
I was
like
definitely concerned about that idea that would have to.
as a dev, this is a
I
whole ass
feel like if I
nightmare.
get on in half an hour after I was planning on logging off, I wouldn't be able to reallocate my workers.
Right.
But you don't have. It just does all.
Yeah, it just
all
doesn't.
that.
Well, yeah, we're not making a mobile game here. I know that's the
and you can't pay to
association.
skip any of these timers.
Of course not. And I'm not going to also at one point. I know. Look, these things are always going to be divisive. They're not necessarily going to be globally loved. And part of it is just you're going to have to try it to understand. That the concept of a timer is scary to start with. But I'm also, on the other hand, not going to sit here about complaining about the cold currency thing and then also implement something that. On the other hand, I'm going to have equal levels of frustration with myself as a player. Surprisingly, but you
want to play this after all, don't you?
100. Of course, I want to play it. I'm never going to make a game I don't want to play. So yeah, my hope is, but of course that assumes we get it right. The good thing is we're very, very fast to react to this stuff. So if the timers are tilted one way or another, we have so many levers we can adjust to rebalance. It is, of course, we get our internal feedback, we get our alpha feedback on the times, but that's still a very small subset compared to everyone. So I could expect, if things aren't right, if they're off, if something is taking too long or too short, or there's not enough agency, we're very, very quick to be flexible to that stuff and react to it if we have to. But yeah, it's interesting and it's new for damn sure. But I'd say I'm more on definitely on the side of excited over worried.
Good.
But there's always a little bit of worry there. It comes with the job, and
I like that you guys are still trying new things. Whether they work out or not.
100%. A large part of what we always try and do is push the boundary, right? Like just doing the safe thing over and over and over again can make things feel quite stale. So we definitely want to take risks and and see where they go and see how they evolve, and because ultimately I believe that makes the best game possible for sure.
Keep trying it. One more quick nuance about that is the progress on timers and things, that's all even online versus offline?
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you're you don't have to stay logged in, online to speed things up. No. Good stuff.
The only things that can happen that disrupt it, and which is obviously if your map, if your ship gets commandeered, it can get commandeered offline or online, right? So it can stop it. It isn't something that happens ultra frequently, and you can avoid it. You can get it to the point where a commandeering will not occur, and the same with your Atlas runners being kidnapped. That can occur online or offline, but again, it is avoidable. It doesn't have to happen. If you can get good enough people and run slightly easier content, and all of a sudden there's no risk of your Atlas runners failing or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay. Speaking of risk, so how does this scale with map tiers and map effect and stuff like that? So as you move up through maps, do you get more resources, more gold? Does it scale with map quantity? So your mods?
Yep. Gold scales with everything that drops would scale with. In party, I get my gold, you get your gold. We cannot share gold. Obviously, there's no point in having it if you can't trade it. Then all of a sudden, items do not sell for gold, so it's not like you can trade items to bypass that. But everything, map quantity scales gold. Yep, all the same. It's auto pickup, obviously.
Thank goodness.
With obviously the new
Thank
enhanced item
goodness.
pickup radius.
Jeez, that'd be disgusting if it wasn't.
The amount of ore also should scale with quantity. Yes, obviously, much like sulfite, I guess, from Delve. That's probably one of the closest comparisons in terms of giving you a resource.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seemed like mostly gold was used to upgrade the buildings and things like that in your town, and that sort of progress is mostly through that. So the resources are all for this shipping to get this risk-reward system to get currency and gear and stuff like that. And the multiple pages of currency thing, that looked a bit crazy.
That was wild.
For real? How much work is getting 3 pages of Chaos Orbs and Divines and stuff?
Well, that's that agency I'm talking about as well, where a long trip should yield a lot of loot. Now, we have made some changes since then where what we're doing is, instead of, because we were scaling rewards on quite a quantitative axis, and we've moved a lot of that into more qualitative, so that instead of getting so much more currency linearly, you're getting better currency instead of more, just so it's less of that.
Alts right into chaos and whatnot.
Yeah, if you save up, you can just be I'm just going to play, get all the gold and acquire as many resources as I can and send a shipment that's maxed out in value, and then put the best possible ship workers on there because you don't want to lose that shipment. I'll tell you that, and send it to the farthest thing. You'll get back a ton of loot, but of course you have to. You're now getting 1 week of loot all in one go. You know what I mean? You will get an absolute ton, which some people will find ultra satisfying.
Yeah.
But yes, we are trying to not. Obviously, it shouldn't be that you're just getting 50 pages of items, but you'll get some amount, and ideally the quality of the items get better as you send more, as opposed to just the quantity. Yeah.
I saw a question in chat as well. The wages, how does that work with when's that getting paid? Do you get overdrafted account fees? What are we dealing with here?
So you have to take your gold. So you've got your personal gold, and then there's a treasury, and you want to put the gold in the treasury, and the wages only take from the treasury. And the reason for that is so that you're not just randomly losing your gold. That you're okay, I'm going to get to 60,000 so I can buy these items. All of a sudden it's just draining it, and you can't figure out. So your wages are paid from the treasury. You can do this via Johan or via the village map. There's just you hit add, drag, set an amount. Hit add, it goes there. And yeah, they are just continuously drained from that. So it's not like it doesn't really come in chunks. It's like continuously going.
And do they unionize if you don't put enough money in there, or
Not in Rayclast, no.
no worker protection in Rayclast?
All of a sudden you might find you're collaborating with those pirates and with those bandits and like, you know, you're arranging them to come in and kidnap people more often, and you know, you had that abandon option we saw because those workers were
nice.
No, they don't. It's all very much a we're all achieving the same goal, I guess, on the same team, but they just want their money. That's fine.
Yes, the children yearn for the mines. So I cracked up when I saw the map running teams auto simulating map thing.
Yeah.
So do they actually simulate running the map? Do they like actually run the map for you and get the things out of it you would get out of it?
We've tried very hard to make it feel like the case. However, of course, like, you know, you don't simulate actually every single monster dying. It's too much expensive, right?
Extrapolated
but you
simulation.
effectively take here's what you'd have, and then you have, you know, I mean, here's the question: do you trust the workers to pick up the right items? Because like, what if it's like you like get back your items and you're like, damn it, I know you left a mage blood on the ground. I just know you did. But yeah, anyway, you're not going to think about that, obviously. I mean, you can if you want, but yes, you do get it back. So if you send them to, I can't remember which maps. We've shuffled all the div cards around, so I'm not sure which maps drop what. But whatever.
Too.
Whatever one drops Mage Blood, if you put that base type in, the Mage Blood card, you will get that card out. That is the way to get that. Of course, generally people like running that themselves. So,
and you're telling me that like if it's a Hydra map, they'll bring a Hydra fragment back for you.
Your maps are going to be so fucking expensive this league.
It's worth noting they have a percentage amount of clear. And you can get that as high as you possibly can, but sometimes they get through like 50% of it and die because you put the map in as too hard.
Yeah,
You'll get 50%
are they burning
of the
6
items.
portals halfway through a Hydra map?
Yeah. Some of if you're not sending elite people, they're kind of bad.
There's different quality of map runners, just as there is in Path of Exile players.
I mean, if you're sending your miners into the mapping, they don't know what to do. They're just like, I've tried mining the monsters and I failed
on the first pack.
Yeah. But yeah, they'll bring that back. You chuck in a map with 5 delirium orbs, they'll probably all die. But if they don't, they'll bring you back some splinters and some delirium rewards.
So what's like the most sketch, like juiced up map that they can run here if you get the best of the best?
I mean, the same as the player, right? A fully a prop corrupted T17 with, you know, whatever else is body on it. I mean, or 16. Right. I mean, they might get. Sometimes you actually. Like it's not mistake proof. You can put it in, and it can be like they have a 1% chance of 1% of the map will be cleared.
Good luck, guys.
And you put it in, and you see the timer count down like 2 seconds, and then they fail, and you're like, oh, they just died.
Portals gone in 2 seconds.
They just died to the first monster.
Damn, that's almost as bad as me.
So yeah, you don't want to do that. But I mean, you technically can. You can just send them to die. Now they don't. In that case, they don't actually permanently die. That can happen. And you actually can lose the worker.
Oh, wow.
There is a sync on that, so you are constantly trying to find more, but it doesn't happen that often. Excellent. And again, it is mostly avoidable by playing a little bit more safe instead of just sending them to their demise all the time.
This whole thing blows my mind. I just love the idea that we can just have like a bunch of plebs now to farm our fragments for it, so we can focus on bossing, like kings, while they do the peasant work in fields. Crazy. How did you like resist the temptation to not go super hard on this and like let us gear them and make parties and change their loot filters?
Well, you know, like early on, there was all sorts of stuff like that we were talking about, like you know.
Because you already,
like,
I mean, look at Heist. You already put gear there, right, and whatnot.
For a while, but it was too much and it was too complicated. So we decided not to.
I'm happy they didn't.
I'm very happy the whole auto running maps thing was certainly something we were very keen on very early in the league.
So you know, this massive expansion. Yeah. This is actually the downscoped version.
I'm getting that sense.
We certainly had mercenaries as in the first concept, and it was like you can send your mercenaries either on the ships or to the maps, and you can gear them up, and you can give them skills, and they have specializations. It's like
it was just too much though. Like it was too much management, too much like, you know, not good.
So different, so much going on.
Different league's problem now.
But yeah, that does kind of sound like another league that I want, though. I'm not gonna lie. I like this auto exile thing.
Right.
Exile team manager, kind of like a sports manager game.
yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Maybe for the future.
Maybe.
All right. So yeah, that features list, like that video just kept going. Like you guys also showed rune smithing, which is like a new take on bench crafting, but as enchantments. These rune words, are they all known recipes, or is there some like discovery process there?
So you start with a few available. So there are different runes, different names. So there's like a sun rune, life rune, power rune. There's all these different names, and you start, I believe, you start with all the ones that require only sun runes, and then once you get a life rune, you can take it to Danig, and he's like, oh, now I can learn all of the things that require life rune, and then
he's
so
doing
on.
the hard work.
So I mean,
Nice.
the Kalgurans are the ones who know how to do it. You're just bringing them the resources for it. So you eventually work your way up to the very most powerful ones, and you get things like what you saw there. There was the Fire Mjolnir, which you can put on one-hand or two-hand axe. What we've done is with a lot of the basic outcomes, you can apply that to any weapon, but with a lot of the very specialized ones, you can only apply it to one type of class. So the idea there isn't that like every build is just now doing the Doomfletch Prism on any weapon, the one that we saw on the live stream. It's like, no, that specifically goes on two-handed maces. And then I think the Fire Mjolnir one that was there goes on, I think it's one-handed axes. And
restricted to
each
the
thing
base
goes on
type.
specifically one weapon, and it allows you to do is take. So we've taken like an interesting bow unique mechanic, and now you can put it on like some dagger or something like that.
New builds, cool.
Yeah, and they get pretty powerful as far as like I think there's one that is like 100. You can 100% reduce duration of like soul gain prevention for socketed gems on daggers, and like there's freaking every 20 seconds or something you get haunted by a different torment spirit, and I think there's like a rotating shrine buff one, so it's like every X seconds you're getting a new shrine buff on you, and not a lesser shrine, by the way, and sometimes including divine shrine as well. So you can just be like, I'm just going to sit here until I'm immortal, and then I'll do the boss.
17 mapping strategy.
But those all require the highest tier rune, which we expect to be very, very expensive.
So are these something that you
rune
can trade
farming.
Yeah, 100%,
Activate.
100%. Yeah. Yes, they all come. Well, primarily all come from shipping.
Yeah.
Which you can do pretty early in the game. But I suspect late game, and then they are considered a like additional bonus from shipping, where it's like if you trade to the Kalgurans, they'll send you that back, and the more you send them, the more runes they'll send you, because they're like, thanks for doing business with us.
Yeah. Do you know what they're sending you back when you send them a shipment, or is it kind of just like?
No, we've intentionally been quite vague with that, just so people can figure it out. Now it isn't. It is. There's some
What's
determinism, and then some that's just influenced. So like I can say, for example, generally crops are giving you back currency, and there's some general influence, but we want people to figure that out and experiment and make up their mind as to what they think is the best combinations to send
certain
to different
locations,
ports.
certain resources are going to give certain rewards back that players can learn.
And there are bonuses on the port, so like you I think in the numbers there it's set 100. So at any given time, it's like they'll pay double for wheat. Or I'll pay, and then once you fill that order,
Cool.
So after you've sent 10,000 wheat, they might be like, all right, now we're going to pay triple for the next 500 Verisium you send us, and stuff like that. So you are changing your shipments to different ports based on those bonuses. And then, like, for example, the item for disenchanting, just a random slight pivot here, but the item you get from disenchanting, the thaumaturgic dust, that is a multiplier on your shipment value. So whatever you send, you then send a dust. So if you send some amount of dust, it'll just double your shipment value.
Oh, really?
So that one, so you know, it's almost like a meta reward mechanic in that regard.
And that's from grinding up your gear in the gear grinder thing. That's also another feature that was in there.
And yep, you get a lot more dust.
Grinding up your gear.
So, just to add some value to some 1 Chaos T0 uniques. Disenchant them, because they will give you the most. They will give you the most
so
dust.
rarity is the key there. So
generally it's like better items give you more. So 6 mods, higher 10 modifiers, and then rarity higher.
You guys like adding sneaky new item sinks, don't you? Like that, yeah. Trying to get those 1C items to 2C.
For sure.
I mean, it turns garbage items into good items is the idea, or into more
dust.
tickets at good items. Well, yeah, but the point being, the dust is the ticket at better items, you know? Yeah.
Gotcha. Awesome. So another thing, rig combination returns from Sentinel. It was mentioned that it's not going to be as strong as it was. It was obviously one of the strongest crafting mechanics we had outside of maybe Necropolis and that. In what ways is it weaker now?
there's two things that have mostly changed about it. One is, and not that I can even specifically remember exactly how it all worked, but there was all this like chance to mutate stuff that was going on with it. That's all gone. It combines the items and that's what it does.
The items together. So is there like the unique extra mechanic like modifiers that can randomly appear? Is that gone?
No, those are gone.
All right.
And so it is just merged two items together. The other thing that I like about doing it this way, as opposed to having it gated behind a currency item, is that you can actually engage with it earlier in the game. Now, I know that's going to be pretty unorthodox for most existing players.
Since there's time,
it's still something you can choose to now engage with, because the gold cost is based on the item level of the item input. And so you can have it be very, very cheap early and more expensive later. And so it just opens it up to more players instead of just being this thing that you're only ever going to use on the best of the best of the best.
Fun, yeah, that's good. I like that scalability that you can use it early.
Cool. Or even like early maps, it's not going to feel super punishing, and like you can do things like that if you want to, of course.
Well, it's a good mechanic for that, but something that wasn't really accessible.
Yes, correct. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, and I know Sentinel was added. They don't drop recombinators now because it's done through this mean. So despite Sentinel being
just
there,
thing that you can randomly find in maps to get more loot,
just more juicing.
Gameplay. Yeah, and you've done a bit of that too. So in addition to the new campaign stuff, making the campaign more interesting, just with this random little encounters, you've got more stuff just appearing in maps as well. So Wildwood and Sentinel as well.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah, why not, eh?
More juice.
Love it.
It's fun. I like the idea of just the random encounters. Like, they're not on the Atlas tree right now. That doesn't mean they never will be. But I like the fact that there's a handful of things that are just randomly spawning. And so you're doing your rotation, and that throws a little bit of a spanner in the works, and only in a positive element, right? It's not like it takes
especially
any away.
Things like that are effectively just, this will give you more loot and currency and stuff. So like Wildwood and Sentinel, they're just about like giving you a big boost to Magic Find. So you might not necessarily want those to be something that players can have active all of the time, but rather as like a cool bonus that randomly appears to make your map spicy.
That is the other benefit, because it is random and not something that you can just have guaranteed.
It's not your play.
They can be stronger.
Yeah.
They can be more impactful as a result. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Otherwise, they have to match the exact power of every other league or thing you can invest onto the Atlas tree.
Cool. So there was the mention of those like 3 bosses that can disrupt your shipping and all that sort of stuff. When they take something hostage, is just talking about like this gameplay. What is that gameplay like? Are you going into like random fights, or is it always a boss fight that you're going into when you're...
It's always a boss fight.
Yep.
Your Atlas runners will always be taken by the Bandit Lord. Your ship will always be commandeered by the Admiral, whatever his name is, I forgot.
The bosses?
Internal name by Pirate Boss. They get named and I don't remember them all the time. And then the one you find in the world is always the same one as well. And then the you pretty much just go, it'll notify you, and then you go back to the town, to King's March, and the NPC will just be like, here's a portal, go there, kill this person, or... don't, if you don't want to. Like, if you feel like you're going to fail, you shouldn't go and do it, right? And you can bring your party members, but you can only enter it once. Like, once you die, you cannot re-enter. So, one shot only.
Okay, let's take a little bit of a turn now, looking backwards at Necropolis and reflecting on some of the changes that happened in it. First, the overall endgame overhaul, such as the removal of sextants and the massive Scarab rework. How do you just feel about that overall, both of you first? How that went, the endgame overhaul?
I do think overall good, but it's very easy for that to get, looked at from a perspective of a few things that are bad and then looking at it badly. Like, there are certainly some things that were imperfect, and we are making some measures to change that. But I do think overall the shakeup was pretty healthy. And when I talk about the bad things, I'm talking like the T17 maps being too hard, right? Yep. And that kind of it overshadows a lot of what's good about it, because there's these few things that aren't right. And then I'm also talking like, okay, we removed Wandering Path, great, and then we added Back to Basics, which is also gone now, by the way, just to clarify, which wasn't mentioned there. Like, Back to Basics was even more unhealthy than Wandering Path, or equally unhealthy, depending. But both of them, I think Back to the Basics was not achieving the philosophy we want. So we didn't, because of that, and because Back to Basics became the meta, it ended up like not even evolving that much. And so I'm hoping with this now set of changes, but all of that ultimately comes about with, because what's going to happen is when you are releasing content on this scale, and I am certainly a risk taker. I like to push the boundaries and all that. You are going to have these things happen. It is borderline impossible for us to test everything, and that's where you see a lot of the reactionary patches that we did early in the league to try and fix and improve everything.
That definitely was something that was really hard, just you know, for the team as well. And like it's also very hard just decision making about, is this something that should be fixed or is it not? Like it was pretty rough at the start there, and I think that is something we're trying to improve this time around by looking more at the extremes and like really zeroing in.
Okay, we miss it.
There's definitely a mandate to QA now of like, okay, we need to really work out like what is the actual maximum possible thing for this, and like, you know, like what is the difficulty of what that results in? Like, is it okay? Like, is the difficulty versus reward correct for what you know, the players can do here? This kind of thing, and it's something obviously that we should have been like thinking more about before, and like it's something, you know, that we're really making sure this time we'll try and do better. But it's tough because like even thinking about what the most extreme case is can be really hard. Like so many things took us by surprise in terms of like particular combinations of things. Like there's so many just ways to combine stuff, and like from so much content from the past as well, that like it's like, yeah, it's hard to find. Like the fact that there were people finding new ways to abuse stuff even weeks after the you know, it came out just sort of shows you that like, yeah, there's just it was kind of nuts.
Yeah, you guys asked me an interesting question yesterday when I first came in. It was like, how does 150 uniques from a single boss sound to you? I'm like,
God damn,
that sounds crazy. What are you talking about?
So well, I guess we'll talk about some of the things that were happening that people weren't aware of. So there's there was a Reddit thread, and so I can't remember how far into the league, that was pretty much like, what the heck has happened to the prices of T0 uniques? Yeah. And you had like Defiance of Destiny at like 4C. It was like actual craziness. And yeah, upon looking at this, and oh no, none of this was anyone abusing or exploiting anything.
Not a bug or anything, yeah.
In fact, I think, did we tell you the value of how many unique items were dropping in some of these?
I told him.
I was going to ask you to guess, but we were getting over 100,000 unique items in some instances, and I'm not even talking in a map. In a single map. And I'm not talking I'm not talking a 6-man group. I'm talking solo players who are able to achieve this, and this is where a lot of those things, so for example, the Shaper Touched rarity, there were just so many layers of multipliers that if used correctly altogether, but you ended up with less than 100 people on the entire realm acquiring over 99% of all T0 uniques. And so we have gone and looked at all that and been like, okay, with this, that is highly compromising the economy and the integrity of the economy, and and we fixed some of this last league, but we are doing more of it this time to make sure that your average and above average player isn't like having the economy ruined as their experience, but we're just really, really controlling that like high top end. And I'm talking like most people would never have known this was happening. They would have just been like, where are all these uniques coming from?
It's not a bug. It's just the math of
it's just
rarity
exactly.
and quantity.
There's technically legal stuff, and like there's always a question with stuff like that, because generally speaking, we have the policy of no mid-act nerfs, and yet there were certain cases, and that was really tough the last league, just because like we did do some changes to certain mechanics, which we wouldn't normally do because it was just so ridiculous. Like there was stuff going on there that just was not okay.
I saw a screenshot of like one of the monsters that would be part of this, and it was like, you know, it had a list of modifiers that was the entire screen, right?
Right. We were talking yesterday about whether or not we need a way to collapse the display of the number of essences underneath something's life bar, and it's like, where are we at? Which, by the way, it's still there, so it's like, you know, a thing that you can still do. But yeah, it's and I'm not talking like we're getting rid of all the uniques. Like that's what I'm saying. I'm asking you, is 150 all right? And you're like, that sounds excessive. And I'm like, well, it's like, you know, several hundred times less than what it was. But it's still top off screen, bottom off screen of unique items just everywhere. And that's just like a single monster. You get the whole rares in the area. So we want it to be extreme. Like, don't get me wrong, but it shouldn't be that the entire economy is ruined by you know, 100 people who aren't, or a few people even, who aren't even abusing anything or exploiting anything or doing anything illegitimate. Like, and the problem is, that's where we got into that state where it was like, all right, do we have to nerf X, A, B, C, and D as we kind of discovering and figuring out these strategies? And it's like, let alone the fact that this stuff absolutely rams the performance of the instances, right?
You want to bet people are like, keep your bugs to yourself.
Meat sacks were dying, and you'd get like
spread
6-second lag spikes while it's generating the unique
If you find a good strategy, hush.
Yeah. Anyway, a lot of it is it's much more controlled now. We've actually assessed exactly where all that was coming from. We've taken a lot of caution to not nerf the average above average even further than that.
A normal player should not see any change.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and I loved how gloves off it's feeling with your ridiculous changes to the end game here. Like, it feels like you've really opened up over this past couple of leagues to
100%.
change stuff pretty wildly.
Again, I go back to that. Go back to that philosophy of like, if we can do stuff to make things better, we do it. And it's just the unfortunate reality is that, and I'm ultimately the one pushing most people to do this for PoE 1. And the unfortunate reality is it comes with risks, and as a result, failures, of which are 100% on me, like without question. And that's why, again, like straight after the patches, it's like full hands on deck trying to make sure everything is as good as possible. And then we get into a little bit of that difficulty of thinking some people want the game to stay as it is, regardless of the state. And a lot of people want it to keep changing. And we get into this kind of like, which side of this fence do we fall on? And we have to really evaluate each change and do it. But look, ideally, the changes wouldn't be necessary. But when you're changing this much, doing patches this massive, this quickly, some of it is inevitable. I would hate to, I personally, and you could convince me, you could tell me I'm wrong about this. You might be able to convince me. I would prefer that we do everything possible with the time allocated, as opposed to like play it safe, do something, a small patch and give it there. And yeah, sure, it's safe. Less will go wrong. But at the end of the day, there's way less to do, way less fun, way less changes, less to learn and evolve with. And it just feels like, I suspect at the end of the day, it'll be way more boring,
on, my guy.
Even though
Honestly,
it might be more safe. So again,
this league as a whole is very risky.
I've gone too far one direction, and we have pulled back a little bit here on some of that safety. But like, I never want to get to the point where we're releasing something flat and stale just because it's safe. I want to always be making sure that we're doing everything to make things as fun and exciting and the best as possible for everyone.
That right there.
Myself when I play the game.
Well, these updates have felt way more energetic. It's, I think it's refreshing. I think for a lot of us who've been playing for 10 years at this point.
Right.
It's pretty cool stuff. So on the tier 17 maps, they were intended to be like a gateway to Uber bosses, but they ended up being harder and more restrictive than that actual content. And we had Uber boss viable builds, really struggling with that actual content. So how are you kind of changing things with that, or are you happy with it, where that's at?
I mean, the ultimate numerical change to T17 monsters is that they have it's approximately 55% less life, so they have less than half the life they had before and 30% less damage, which seems extreme. And I will just note that was like actually not intended.
Yeah, interesting story about that.
Yeah, it's kind of unfortunate that two different designers did the life change to T17 without realizing the other person had already done it.
That's so funny.
So that was kind of like an unintended side effect. But it's like when you come down to, well, so why the hell are these monsters so damn tough? And then we're like, oh crap, there's there were two people who made this change independent of each other.
We have counted that on the bosses to some degree, so they are not just like an absolute joke now. But yeah, just the monsters themselves, which it did compound with back to basics and the mod scaling. Like the thing, once you have like 400% increased area of effect on the monsters, it's kind of like, okay, this is like getting a little, on the bosses I should say, it's like this is getting a little bit out of hand. Like, how can I dodge this mechanic that is larger than the arena?
Just go
you
off
could argue
screen.
they're signing themselves up for it, but then it's like you want that for the rest of the map, which then means the bosses are pretty much like impossible. Strong word to use because everything's always possible with enough, build ruckus going on. But anyway, it wasn't right. Like
build
these things
ruckus.
weren't right. So hopefully we're back to basics removed, and the changes to T17s implicitly it should be more approachable to more players. Less you have to play like a subset of 10, 12 builds in order to achieve them. Like it should be way more open. Obviously with all the melee builds as well, that should be a hell of a lot more viable this time. So I would expect a lot more players to, be enjoying those as opposed to, because again, we're solving the item quantity thing where it's like we want to open up more builds and make you feel less like you have to play certain things. So then T17's being that hard resulted in the exact same thing. These are not intentional things. when you get to Uber Pinnacle, it's all right for the number of builds to reduce drastically because it's like you want to be a boss killer at that point, or that's fine. But when we're just talking about the top tier of maps, it's not okay to have it be so constrained there. So just mistakes were made, honestly, and they hopefully are now fixed.
Yeah. So the main design of the modifiers on these maps is these build bricking modifiers, ones that are just basically not doable for certain builds or thereabouts. Why is this the method that you went with for these modifiers?
I personally just think it is important that you actually are investing in rolling your map and finding the maps that you can do, or choosing how you can overcome the modifiers. And I know that's probably not a popular opinion. I very much understand that a lot of people are just like, I can go, and that's all I want to do. But I think especially with the upper tier like that and the extra layer of rewards that they're giving, I think you should have to invest more currency into it and more thought into it, or be like, oh, this is a real good map. It's got like some specific reward modifiers you want, but there's this one bad thing I'm going to have to deal with, and then you actually do commit to dealing with it. It again, hopefully adds more ebbs and flows to the process, as opposed to it, again, just being like out, go and run, and that can be quite, where some people like that, and that's okay. You can still obviously do that with 16s. I do like these things having an impact on your build, just not to... Either one, it should be avoidable, or not to the extent it was before. And again, investing into them.
I'll probably have an empty tree just for
It's certainly not something I'd
T17s.
want to stray away from. I actually consider it a success when you have to re-roll your maps. Again, probably a controversial take, but I think it is a much better thing getting an actual... Like, it feels more like an actual game mechanic, as opposed to like, well, at the point it's just Alk and Go, and Alks are worth so little. Why you just drop them rare, and like, why are you even engaging with the currency on maps system?
Why have mods if the mods don't matter?
Do you take like some consideration to how many chaos, for example, you expect someone to put into a map to produce mods that are on average viable for their build that they're doing?
We do, yes. So I mean, not in the context of a build here, but like, for example, we were like, okay, if we want to make T17s able to be easier, like, should we reduce it back to 4 to 6 modifiers?
Yep.
But then the argument, the reason why we never did that just this league is because, well, now it's even more chaos you have to invest to get 6 modifiers, because the right answer is probably to run 6 modifiers because it gives the best rewards. And so it's like, well, that's just going to massively increase the amount of chaos orbiting someone has to do on those maps. So let's not do it that way. Let's find a different way to do it. So we're definitely considering how many you're having to. From a like hyper build specific, it's like, if I'm playing this exact specific build, how many chaos on average do I need to avoid it? No, not like hyper specific, but in terms of like broad mechanics, we do generally try and consider that.
Yeah, I imagine you'd be taking like a range of builds and saying, on average, it's going to take about 10, 20 rerolls to produce a map you want to run on this character.
But my hope is that some people at least look at it and go, okay, if I just change this one thing, then I can still run it. So it's not always just like, I know this is probably the preferred strategy. In fact, I'll do it myself probably most of the time. You just avoid anything that's going to be cause any friction to your character. But like, there are probably a good chunk of players who are just like, I will deal with this bit of friction by either slowing down a little bit, or changing something, or subbing something out, or it's good for those players to be able to do that, because then technically they're having to invest less currency. Whether or not it's worth the payoff, it's up to them really to decide that. But
you want the mods to matter, and I get that. And these certainly do matter, but how do you feel about it versus modifiers that do things like, say, this modifier adds these certain sorts of packs of monsters to the map that are very difficult, but also increasing the reward and making the map more interesting?
I am looking forward to the patch
something like, your energy shield is turned off.
Like, a lot.
The problem you have with things that are implicitly adding direct rewards beyond certain other things is obviously the issue of the fact that you now feel like you have to roll for them. And you saw this with the Shaper
is a maze.
And with the Shaper Touch modifier earlier this league, before it was changed, all of a sudden and now all of a sudden you're spending more currency on the maps than you were avoiding the builds, because now you are not only having to get a specific rewarding outcome, you're having to dodge the build things as well. And so it was even more. And as we've removed some mods this league, like I know the barrels was one of them where people were going for the barrels, and it's a couple of, we've removed a few of those, like, you know, sink currency into this. I would actually expect the amount of chaos you're sinking into these is less this league because we've removed those. But we have kept some, but like we've also then made them rarer, so you're like less likely. But then which I know you could say is counterintuitive to investing currency, because now you have to invest more if you have to get them. But there is a point beyond where you're now no longer expecting to get it, and thus you are just like okay getting it as a surprise, as opposed to when it's kind of within reach, you will just sink currency until it's there. But I actually do like the fact that, like, I liked the days back when you would roll for a lot of the maze and then you'd exalt the maps and stuff like that. That stuff was I found that quite enjoyable.
It was kind of like the game is a bit different than how it used to be, but
for sure. Yeah. So yeah, we're not obviously going in that path anymore, but there's still a little bit of it there. The mods still matter. Reward mods can be bad, but it's good to also have them. There's like a little bit of friction there, which is hard to get perfectly right. And then in the same sense,
reward mods.
Some of them are probably. There are some other small balance changes around T17s, like those bloody Revenant packs are like out of control. You all of a sudden the corpses exploding that you can't even see. Like we did all of this like telegraphing improvements to detonate dead, and then like missed Revenants.
Good stuff. Yeah.
So all of a sudden now you're just dead to this invisible corpse explosion, and like
classic.
There's a few other fine-tuned balance around some of the T17 stuff to make it feel less terrible. And
does
I
this
think
affect
it's pretty good. I'm not going to
specters?
say it's perfect, but I'm hoping that it's going to feel a lot better.
Should tier 17s be one of the most profitable things to farm?
I think yes. I mean, what is the argument for no?
I've just
you know,
seen
like
discussion.
I don't
on
mean from
that
you. I just
topic
mean in general.
Yeah, like some people are, concerned about whether that's the thing that should be happening or not.
Well, should T16s before that? And you could argue, well, okay, T17s you have to trade for, and that's the real difference.
Yep.
Is that if you want to run them permanently, you have to trade for them. But generally, the economy sorts itself out there to some degree. It's just that it adds that extra layer of annoyance.
Yeah.
But then also, if T17s were self-sustaining, then it was kind of like what differentiates them from 16s at that point. It's just back to what you were doing with 16s, except they're now purple with harder modifiers, and you could argue that's better or worse, except I really like the idea of that, when you are just generally playing and not engaging with, the trade to that level, you're doing 16s with the occasional popping into 17s here and there. I do think that is generally better, but I can see why it can be annoying for someone who's like, I have to trade for these because I don't want to run anything but them. But that kind of can always be argued to be the case for almost everything.
I mean, in some ways, T17s are are the map scarcity that the map system used to have long ago at lower levels. It's like you've got this one tier that kind of has that sort of like you're not expected to necessarily, like if you're just playing without trade, to be able to just run it again and again for T17 specifically, and that's kind of also comes down to that same thing with the mods. It's like the reason you're caring about re-rolling and so on for T17s is because of the fact that you don't necessarily they're not just growing on trees. That's why you've got a bit of a different philosophy there with the mods that they have on as well.
I know this stuff is like pretty it's going to be pretty polarizing between people as to what's right there, but like it is very
What happened?
important to us that the ebbs and flows
I
remain.
know this is me,
and
or
you
if it's
don't just
them.
end up with this flat, boring grind at the very top end like that. Like it should be evoking difficulty, and it shouldn't just feel completely just. It again, it gets further away from a game and more towards just a kind of AFKable / and I don't mean actually AFKable, but something where you're not really investing much emotion into and thought into, and it doesn't feel like you're playing at that point. It just feels like you're just going along with it. So I think it's very important to have the different spikes and things come and go, and to have friction and all of those things. And I think without any of that, you'd find stuff would get very boring very quickly.
Just very quickly, how do you feel about the betrayal changes, like the change to the
Yes,
chaos
thank
and
you.
the
We need to talk about
simplification of
this.
it as well?
I don't
feels
like it.
Now it's mostly people just kind of spamming Katarina with maybe some consideration to getting some like div card stacks or something like that, but you're not really doing as much of the engaging with the board now, I think.
Please tell me you changed this.
Betrayal is in a very bad state, for sure. I'm
Yes.
not happy with it. It was on the list of 325's thing. I know, despite the fact we have so much, there was more. We didn't get round to doing it. It's currently slated for 326. I'm very much hoping we can do it then. The main thing I want to divorce is, so I actually just want there to be, there is one safe house, and that, and so all 4 connect to one thing. Sorry, how do I explain this? It's like, effectively, Katarina isn't tied to the safe house. Like, you can do your safe house, and that will give you a ticket to Katarina. And so you just have one safe house that has the whole board on it, and you earn intelligence for it, and the people still have their reward association, and then doing that gives you a itemized version of Katarina you can run separately. But the main thing is you're not linking the board to Katarina's, because there's always been this friction of do I min-max my Katarina outputs, or do I, do my interesting board layout? And you're just at the point where it's like, screw all that. I just want as much mastermind intelligence as possible. So I'm not going to interact with anything on the board really, except for whatever might min-max that. And so, I want to divorce those two things so that you don't have that conflict, because we have never been able to get that balance, and I don't even know if that's possible. You're always either going to want to never run Katarina because it destroys your board state, or you'll always run Katarina because the Veiled Orb. And so I want to, divorce those two things such that one doesn't destroy the other.
Katarina becomes a bossing thing.
So, and I think that will just be much better if we do that. And then Katarina is just there as a thing you can do. You do the boss fight, and you can trade for it. You can buy the tickets to it if you want, or and then you can do all the board interaction, separately. You'll still have I want to min-max my safe house running to get tickets to Katarina, but what we can do is have a correlation of the chance of getting it, or the number of the tickets you get to Katarina correlate to the state of the board somehow. But at least I don't ever want it to be like I'm not going to fight Katarina because I don't want to reset the board. I don't think those two frictions should ever occur. It hasn't been right, honestly, since we released it, to be honest.
All right,
so.
Let's let him cook, hey? Let's let him cook. So we should talk just a little bit about Necropolis itself. I know you were pretty excited for the mechanic. I was too. I love a good, thick crafting.
The moment I heard PoE 2 was not going to be part of this GGG Live, I knew they were bringing a shit ton of mechanics, but I didn't expect changes to be this much.
Managing all of that, but
I did not expect this.
Necropolis in hindsight now.
Yeah, definitely that part is, well, we kind of knew going in that it was more on the complicated side, for sure. Some things just kind of, it's not necessarily a problem for something to be a little bit more complicated like that, but it probably went a little bit too far. That being said, it was pretty damn powerful, especially after our changes we made very early into the league. In terms of getting full T1 modded items, probably went a little bit too far, to be honest. But yeah, that being said, understood it was a bit too computer sciencey, I like to call it, in terms of lots of figuring out what to do, and kind of uncertainty to the point where it overwhelmed a lot of people. And that's where you see, even recombinating and runesmithing coming back way more simple, straightforward. Some things are just very clean cut. Some things are a little bit more complicated, and different users appeal to both. Would I have changed it now knowing that? I mean, I would have had the balance initially go out correct at the start, but I would say there's still a place for things for it.
The update was certainly very solid for it, making it a lot better.
Simplified a bunch of stuff down with it as well. I'd probably have gone a bit further with the simplification if I'd had to redo it with some of it. Some of those meta mods and some of the more crazy things are a little bit,
For me though, it wasn't about so much how much complicated it was, and it was more about the just getting so many corpses, trading for so many corpses, right?
Sure. Yes, fewer, more impactful ones would have been a lot better. Yeah, you ended up getting a lot. That's partly due to the Atlas tree passives, which was a mistake. Straight up, goodbye, they're gone.
Yeah.
If it was to redo,
experiment, done.
100% experiment. They're no longer there. Everyone saw that as an Atlas tree tax.
Yeah.
Yep, it was. You could have argued making them way weaker would have mitigated that. Whatever.
Why?
The original intention of it was okay, we want these keystones because it allows people to change behavior.
You could have made it so you only take 5 points or something.
Introduce ways for people to change the behavior, but not invest into the increases and more corpses and all of that, because felt mandatory.
Yeah,
and it often will when you have the league in every single area.
Keystones,
and so yeah, that was a pretty big contributor towards this problem.
It felt like the opposite of what we were talking about with Gold, where Gold allows you to turn like user experience friction into gameplay friction. It was the opposite, where it was all user experience friction because it was about trading with a ton of non-responding people for corpses.
Well, sure.
40 times per craft.
We also obviously made a lot of changes to that earlier as well in the league, but still it was like, I remember Ziz messaged me at one point and it's just like, oh my God, the amount of quad tabs I need to hold all these corpses. And I'm just like feeling real sad about it. It's not like, that was the intention by any means. So yeah, I didn't quite hit the mark for sure.
Yeah, we didn't hit this thing. We didn't hit the mark.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, cool.
Next time, gotta make sure you hit it. Just saying.
The All Flames had a bit more mixed positive and negative. Like, it was definitely a very cool added layer of map customization, but it was not optional, and that was definitely the concern we had going into it. And it also added just that extra layer of work that you have to do before you can start playing, which PoE has a fair bit of. And
for sure. And again, we with the league being like, something you do have to generally engage with before doing areas. It's again that kind of X factor that makes a league different and makes it feel different. But at the end of the day, probably was a little bit too much annoyance to have to do this thing every single area. But it's certainly we try these things out here and there. Some people probably thoroughly enjoy engaging with that stuff, of course. And at the end of the day, leagues are never going to really be for everyone.
I don't remember his name.
You're always going to have some amount of people who aren't really into it. But look, we tried something new. We always do like to try something new when it comes to these leagues, and a lot of people did enjoy various elements of it. Some of it doesn't hit. That's all right. Like, we don't do it again, right? Like, that's part of it. And this is a lesson learned every single league, right? There are always elements of leagues that don't work. There are elements we learn from. There are elements we don't repeat. And then we take often what we can do is take the stuff that is good, that is fun, and find a way to integrate it into the game later. And now the core game experience is overall better as a result of us, learning from all the stuff.
Yeah. Keep the experiments going. Keep going wild with it. We're going to go rapid fire now so people can get their 30,000 patch notes, their record-setting patch notes very soon here. So we had finally the much-awaited massive melee changes. What was the big thing that led to you guys pulling the trigger on this issue? Doing some melee stuff.
Ultimately, the community. People wanted it. What
was the key change that you kind of needed? Maybe to get figured out.
The one that I remember us walking through was there was kind of we made a document of okay, what are the things that a melee build currently mandatorily needs to know to do in order to be viable, and effectively we had all these multipliers, and if you didn't know to do them, then you just sucked.
It's bad. Yeah.
And so effectively we needed to do something about that to make it so that just hit things is a more viable path. That, I think that's just really looking at that, and so that hence why you have the removal of melee totems and so on. Honestly, even I was kind of shocked that Mark was let's just straight up remove them. I know we talked for a little bit about maybe there's some way
melee
to make it so
dead.
that you don't, the builds that use them aren't the same as melee builds or something. But in the end, it was just you know what, we'll go clean slate, and we'll try to make sure let's just get rid of any of these barriers. And I think that was probably the right choice.
I just want you to hit things with your weapon, or monsters or the ground, with your weapon, and things die, and you're not having don't get me wrong. I want there to be secondary axes of skills that are often skill involved. You do have to use them. I don't just want it to be that you have 1 6-link and every single other gem slot is empty. It should be that there are these other axes, but I also want you to be able to choose whether or not which ones you use, which ones you invest into the tree. Whereas a lot of what was happening before is something is often either too powerful that you feel like you have to use it, and all of a sudden now every single build is using this exact same thing, and every single build feels so similar. Whereas really the way that should ideally work is something is much weaker initially, and you have to invest into the passive tree and stuff like that to make it good enough.
But it means that
different characters will have different secondary specializations. And you'll find a lot of these, something like tinctures, something like retaliation skills, they're going to be quite polarizing.
Ian was always watching PoE, I think.
And that's okay. That's good. And it means that you get these differences in builds where you are actually speccing into and using these secondary things. But the one other main thing is I really want it to be less unique item-driven mandatory things, right? I don't want uniques to suck, don't get me wrong. I just want it to be that it's like, in order to do X, Y, and Z, I must be using this, and now I'm considered viable by the game's standards,
like build checklist thing that we...
Yeah, it's gone a little bit too far. And so we're bringing a lot of these mechanics to the forefront on the passive tree, because that is one way place. And of course, by having more... Like, considering when you got this league, you're going to have runesmithing. You've got the obviously quality changes applies to unique. You've got the new modifiers on rare items. You've got we haven't buffed the life on every unique. We've buffed it on Kelms. That's it, right? So all uniques proportionally just got worse to rare items, quite intentionally, so that rare item, and it's not it's not just hiding behind all these things you got to learn and wiki and do all of that. So it should be that you can get further without having to have extreme specialized knowledge, especially with melee this time round. And on top of that, like bringing a lot of these hidden mechanics that were like hard to figure out way more to the foreground, so they're just more obvious and you can figure them out. And also just, hit things and they die.
Like hopefully we're able to survive without spell suppress.
Okay, I'm hitting things and they're not dying, but now I do this thing and combine this and this and this and this and this, and now things get hit and die. That is still there, and that will allow you to go even further and even more efficiently, and thus get more items and more power, of course, right? We're not dumbing things down. The intention is just to make it that, like, if you aren't doing all of these things, you're not just absolute garbage,
Well,
which makes sense.
Advocate a little bit. The new banners, is that kind of just melee totems again?
I mean, not in this... Okay, they're not as powerful implicitly. They are... It depends on what you want to call it. You can look at the totems from a perspective of, yes, the busy work side of things, of I'm having to do this thing every so often, sure. But it's also not like, if you don't use them, it's not like you're bad, right? You can get damage from so many places. Only one of the banners is giving damage. It's giving a lot less damage. In order to make banners really good, you have to spec into a lot of them onto the tree. They are still kind of good. I do expect a lot of melee characters still to be using them.
I guess no
and
banners
I do like
for
the
minions.
idea that there is... skill involved as to thinking, when should I use them?
They're not an always up thing like the totems were, which is the biggest issue with them.
Unless you invest into them, in which case, so one of the passives that was shown is that banner effects linger for X seconds. They automatically pick up when you exit the radius, so you can place them down and then just sprint, and then you get the effects for seconds, and then you can place it again. And sure, it might end up being like on rotation, it's being used for some builds, and on others they're being way more tactical with it, doing it during a breach and during this, but on regular monster to monster clearing they're not. Kind of want it to be... I feel like you have a lot more agency with banners, and the other thing, of course, being getting rid of, even like Berserk. We're getting rid of a lot of the extreme high power mandatory things. That if you were a player who didn't know about it, all of a sudden you're not. Wait. And the one other thing we've done there, I know we said rapid fire.
It kind of looked like it was.
Don't worry, it's part of the question.
The beach.
We've made sure to take. We've got spreadsheets out the wazoo of experience per hour testing. We've got time testing. We've got our one of the people probably see him takes ages, always on the ladder, freaking winning things here and there. He has been sitting there running, literally doing races, technically with every single class, for the last 3 months, probably straight. Every single waking minute, he is playing a different character, writing down times to kill Brutus, time to kill this, time to get to this, time to do this, XP per hours everywhere, what variables make the most difference. We've taken all of that data and gone and been like, all right, these are the outliers on the bottom, these are the outliers on the top. Let's find out where the thing should sit. And generally, it's now meant to be, if you are a character with a melee character, and let's say you've got 70th percentile gear, and there's a caster next to you that has 70th percentile gear, if you can maintain... a melee character is generally meant to be stronger and more efficient at that point, of course, but it is easier to take damage and harder to maintain damage uptime as a result. So if you can overcome those two axes, a melee character with equivalent gear should be better than any other character.
On a better player, in a better player's hands.
Yes, and then a better player can obviously seize that even better and take that even further.
That's fascinating.
Looking at Ben.
So we've got new item bases going into much higher level maps and stuff like that as well. What kind of led to that change there? Just making rares matter again?
Making rares matter again is one thing, but also it's, again, adding that very obvious way to keep getting upgrades throughout endgame. Honestly, given how long endgame takes and how much of an integral part of it is, like the amount of base types introduced there, like sure we had steel rings and two-tone boots, but they didn't really make a huge difference.
Yep.
So we're just adding more here. It is more clear. Like if you are struggling in yellow maps, you have something you can try and get now to make that easier for yourself. If you're struggling in red maps, you have these obvious things that are like, this will be an upgrade for me. Let me actually try to do it.
Red map buff.
Obviously, just on the defensive axis for now, so you can maybe focus a little bit more of your passives into damage, along with all the new defensive tools. But yes, primarily it is like, a more obvious, here's a way that you can upgrade your character. And of course, for high-end players, it's a new thing to strive for, to push their character further than ever before. I wouldn't say this specific direct goal is like get rid of unique items. That is just a happy side effect of, rare items mattering more once again.
All right. We'll wrap up pretty much there. We've got lots of new leagues coming back this time. Is there any other ones you're looking forward to? I know people have been asking about the Trial of the Ancients as well, whether that sort of stuff's coming back.
Trial of the Ancestors, probably not. Maybe for I don't know. You never know with these things. If you had asked me Sentinel, I would have said no.
Yeah.
And now it is. So you never know with these things, honestly. I'd say there's no current plans, but
okay.
You never know.
Things change every week around here.
Guys, this was a massive Q&A. I'm exhausted. It's awesome. Let's go take a break and let people read some patch notes. And there'll be an FAQ news post wrapping up some of the questions from this, but also ones that we didn't get a chance to get around to. So you guys will be able to answer some of them there and read some of those later. But thanks so much, Jonathan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Patch notes,
good luck
please.
to everyone reading those patch notes.
Yeah, good luck.
Okay, time to sit up.
Yeah.
We considered doing audiobook versions of them in the past, but I'm not going to be sitting there. I would have to be reading
it.
Pick
your favorite streamer.
Patch notes, please.
Remind them to drink lots of water and enjoy, folks. But that's it for now. Thanks for watching, folks. See you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It is here. We got patch notes, boys. Adding our grip on fresh stats in the economy. All your characters and items are still present and yada yada. In Settlers, Challenge League, help Kalguur pioneers to build a town, yada yada. Taking out resources that can be used to begin town construction and establish a shipping trade route to Kalguur. Skilled workers to aid you in mining, smelting, disenchanting, yada yada. Establish. Oh, we already know this. Okay, let's go through here. We're going to try to like just basically skip the things we don't really give a fuck about. Like melee, I don't really give a fuck about it. Banners, I don't see banners being I guess usable unless you really spec into them. So I'm just not going to use them. Banners also maim enemies. What do you mean by they maim enemies? Well, I guess these are masteries or something. These are masteries. Okay. Rage rework doesn't really affect me too much. Tinctures added to the core game. Retaliation skills. As discovered, I would add a number of retaliation skills as skills which require to beat certain conditions. Counter attack skills have been removed. Post skills are now glacial shield swipe gems. Reckoning and sword storm gems. Careful context provide this. And it's gone. It is gone. Alright. We're going to try to be as quick as I can. I'm going to cover obviously more of these if I end up streaming tonight. I might end up just working on a YouTube video. I think that could also be something I end up just straight up doing, so you guys can get an abbreviated version of what I think on A, the changes, and B, just the live stream overall, because there's so much. Like the league mechanic is like everything I was hoping for and more. Like to even begin with, there you are. Like that's what I think about what they've told us about. Now obviously in practice there are going to be like things where it feels awkward. It does this. There's like a friction where there shouldn't be friction. There are going to be things that will probably need to be worked on, but overall, the overall concept is exactly what I was hoping for, and it's, you know, it's top notch. This is, I mean, my prediction was right, but I think it was pretty obvious what we're getting at. I think it was pretty obvious. I did expect it to be King's March because I'm not a big lore Andy, but that was one of Talkative Tries predictions, and when I heard, I was like, yeah, it makes sense if we're building King's March. Like, it makes sense, right? And then it turns out that that's the case. Anyways, I remember this one, Scrying Maps, which is pretty chill. Divination cards. Adding a new fragment, an audience with the king, which grants access to the king in the mist to drop a number of unique items that we are familiar with. The fragment has automated to fragment this. So this is a T17 drop, I assume. Name taker, this unique items are no longer part of the core drop and can instead drop from monsters in the Asmeri Wildwood. Okay. In maps 16 and now and above, you now have a chance to discover reflective mist. I remember this. Okay. Bisection allows you to fully nullify the prefixes. Or am I having connection issues? No, I am not. Yeah, this YouTube is telling me audio bitrate is lower than recommended bitrate. Oh, okay, it's not telling me I'm having issues. Oh, Adorned has been nerfed. Big oof. Oof. I mean, it still looks decently strong, but like, yeah, it might not be worth it nearly as much. Nullify prefixes or suffixes on the map device. Horn no longer provides these crafting options. So okay, so they took it out of our weakening. Burn monsters in an area to create additional beyond portals. Oh, that's cool. Rename to Blight Hearts. It no longer provides ores found at 1 tier higher. Instead, it causes blight encounters in an area to have 1 blighted chest. Only 1. 1 more use of enemies. Chest in area grow larger and more rewarding the more blighted enemies are slain. Oh, that's kind of cool. Is that 1 chest just from the one thingy? Is my question. Like, is that 1 chest going to be like, let's say you get currency, it's going to be a fat stack of currency, for example, or a fat stack of oil? Because if that is, and you get gear, you know, just cry. Or you get Abyss, just cry. But you just wasted your time. Duration is now plenty. It no longer has 10% different favored map. Save drops in areas are replaced by those of your favored maps. Instead, it now causes up to 5 packs of this to drop additional div cards. Divination Scarab is now Cloister. It no longer provides this. It now causes 8 to 12 packs of Doda Devoted and causes Doda to have 1% chance to drop a stack deck. So stack deck farming is kind of back. Kinda. 8 to 12 packs, 1%. It's kind of back. Like, you should be getting stack decks from that. Pilfering. Final now provides divination cards which drop in areas stolen by the final map boss. Final map boss has increased toughness and deals increased damage the more div cards they may have stolen. Final map boss is to duplicate all stolen div cards when defeated. This is going to be a very, very expensive. This is going to be an expensive skill up. Maybe not quite as broken as completion used to be, but it's going to be broken. Oh, Habnolat has renamed apparitions to apparitions shrines instead of an additional unusual shrine. An additional evolving shrine instead of causing this to grant more experience gain. So they just removed the shrine tech. Why would they remove the shrine tech? What are apparition shrines? Maybe it's still there in some way. Okay, let's just see what are apparitions in this game. No, that's nothing. It doesn't give us any information. So we don't know what this does. 10% increase map funds in an area for each map modifier affecting the area instead of so now it can go up to 60% increase. Pretty much is what I'm understanding. Have additional random modifier instead of maps found in area out a tier higher up to tier 16. So with this one and this one, you can get up to 7 tier maps, which would then be 70%. So I guess it's kind of goes hand in hand. And if you can have 2 of these, then like 4, so like 80%, you know. So like potential. Not the greatest, but like I don't really care about the skill ups as much. I'm going to just move corpses that you can use to raise as specters cannot be found in ritual. Corpses have been rebalanced to this. Implicit. Can we see the corpses though? Back to basic has been removed. I'm not going to bother too much with this right now. It's going to take too long. Okay, in general, we have added item quantity and rate bonus to the number of mechanics such as essences of this. Added drops back to some league where it wasn't present, like ultimatum. General philosophy here is that you are killing monsters to get loot, and if they are more difficult, you should get more loot. All right. There were cases that were utilized by fewer than 100 players total. Oh. Have been removed, though this will not affect existing items in this. Okay. Corpse now have flat 15% chance to match your specters. Corpses spawned by the Desecrate and Corpse Walk skills now have a 15% flat chance to match your specters rather than a 15% chance on top of being added to the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from. These spectral corpses are now unusable for most purposes and can only be used by minion skills such as Raise Spectre or Bone Offering. Can only spawn if you have this. Itemized corpses now spawn spectral corpses. Oh? So you can resummon them. Player spawn corpses are no longer affected by modifiers on maps. Endurance charges on players now no longer grants this. Corpse additional elemental damage reduction per endurance charge. After 2 seconds, okay. Targetable by enemies. Well, thank goodness this was needed. Because they would just gather on your minions and now you're kind of fucked. Player minions are no longer, you can no longer be stunned while performing a Vow skill before the contact point has reached. You cannot be stunned while performing the spell animation of Vow Smite. Okay, so I'm trying to understand this one. They have a 15% chance, flat chance to match your specters. Rather than a 15% chance on top of being added. So you had a better chance before. Which means you can easily lose the minions. Doesn't this mean you can lose your specters of choice if you wipe? Because they aren't added to the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from. like if you get a spectral leader and he dies, GG. Because that's my understanding of it, and that would be that'd be a pretty nasty nerf. I wouldn't like that. That honestly sucks. I don't know what to say. This change is terrible. Well, I guess I know what I'm going to be talking about in a rant video already, because like oh god. I guess I'm going to be working on a video later today is what it means, and it's going to be this one in particular. Jesus Christ, that's nasty. Anyways, moving on. Skill gems, multi-strike, frenzy, puncture, elemental arrows, absolution. Ooh. 180% effectiveness of item skill up to 200%, reduce to 200%, so they nerfed absolution early. Same with inspiring. Artillery ballista, I'm not going to read, like, I'm just going to focus on the things that affect me. So I'm just going to look through them. Blight, bone nova, no. Bone shatter, burning arrows, call to arms, was renamed auto exertion. It now reserves 15% mana per supported war cry to cause those war cries to be repeatedly triggered. What? Why? Supported war cries do not grant buffs or charges to you or allies. What? No more enduring cry, I guess. Cause like this is oh god. It has begun, huh? I knew the high was, you know, too high. We had to come down. Jesus Christ, man. That grants life regen. No longer grants a brief burst of life regen or above that grants resistances and physical damage reduction based on your endurance charges. Instead, user and nearby allies gain a buff that grants life regen. A buff grants 2% of life regenerated per second per 5 power. This should have been so good, but we can't automate it anymore, is what it means. It doesn't gen charges, my guy. Unless you don't want to automate Enduring Cry. Not usable. Like, I can't think of a single other way to automate it, unless it's like cast when damage taken. Can you even cast when damage taken cries? I don't know that you can. Anyways, moving on. Flesh and Stone decovered. Flicker Strike doesn't really concern us too much. Anything else? Anything else? Each trade grants you an nearby allies deal more cold damage. Your enemy allies now gain 30% physical damage extra cold damage. Get up to 39% on this. So it no longer double dips. So ooh. This changed too. Nerf City. That's what that's pretty much where we're at. Nerf City. Nerf fucking City. What else? We haven't seen anything else minion related, but I guess when we get to the R's and the S's, we should see a lot more. I no longer use spectral corpses, so we can't temporary minion the minions we currently have. I mean, it's not too big of a deal for Raid Lord. You never cared, but now you wouldn't accidentally raise a Wretch Defiler, or which is what it is. I don't care. Both now grants added attack damage based on. I'm reading Rallying Cry. I don't give a fuck about that. Let's get to the summons, please. Come on, we're so close to summon. Okay, we're SU. Come on, summon. Not a single change on the minion skill. Like no SRS, no summon zombie, no Ori zombie, no Val summon Skelly, no animate weapon, no. Okay. Support, this could also affect us, so we just read increased duration, more duration. This is really good. I think I like this change. 40% more skill effect. Probably better than the previous increased. Ascendancy changes Berserker. I don't really care. Chieftain. Tahua has been removed. Can no longer rule on this. What did this do? War cries have infinite power. 30% war cry buff. I'm going to check just because I actually did like the chieftain. So he said they removed forest strength. This was actually something a node I was fond of. I might have made a build or two out of. It's no big deal, I guess. No, there isn't any stun immunity for champion anymore. Oh, that's wild for us for champion. So this is the gladiator. Do 1% more damage you hit an MS to rare this each second they win your presence up to 10%. 50% base chance to block from equipped shield instead of shield's value. And resistance from dual would be doubled. Chance to block AD or this to be lucky if you've blocked recently. And 50% chance for this to be remain usable after use. To explode. Minions can go this. Bleed. Like if you go Reaper, the bleeding would count as your kill. They would explode. Oh. Gladiator Reaper. Oh, Warden. You ignore an enemy, you scorch them instead. Enemies you freeze to remain frozen for at least 2 seconds, causes freezing hits that do not freeze to apply Hoarfrost. Hoarfrost increases freeze duration on enemies by this. Freezing an enemy removes all stacks of Hoarfrost from them. So basically, you no longer chill, but you just straight up freeze. Or you can just, you know, if you get the check, you don't have to have a damage bonus. It just freezes auto. Where is one for shocks? Increase damage by 10 and provides you can apply 50 shocks to each enemy. Oh. So you can get to 100% increased damage taken? That's wild. That is wild, actually. There are now more notables on the party tree than there are all combinations to anoint them all. Notable passive skills that provide plus 30 to an attribute can no longer be anointed. God damn, that's... I mean, it's very niche, but not ideal. Likely from melee, these are just keystones for now. Instead, it now causes damage over time applies for ailments to be equal to critical strike multi. So if you would then scale critical strikes to apply your ailments and crit multi to apply your dot multi. If you find a way to overcome this, then you can just scale crit multi to scale dot multi and dot multi to scale dot multi. No need for Gravebind. Bleed. Dots are your kill. So long as a hit doesn't finish off, of course. I have been through nothing but nerfs and no buffs. So yeah. And they are all indirect is the worst part. Like they just be hitting us from all sides, like left, right, boom, boom, nerf, nerf, boom. Oh my goodness. Hello, Chloe. How you doing? Welcome. What's up? Nothing much, just going through PoE patch notes, you know, as one does after a PoE live stream. And contemplating my life with all the nerfs I am seeing to my ideal archetype and feeling like I don't even know if it thought about us for a second, because like it's not fair, man. It's not fair. I don't enjoy nerf dancing dervish. I hear this is a buff, so good for them. DOD now causes you to gain 10% up to 20%. Oh shit, this is a big nerf. Jesus Christ. This is a huge nerf. Jesus Christ. I don't know what this does. Eternal Damnation now cannot gain endurance charge and cannot gain power charges. But Eternal Damnation made it so Chaos Res would apply, would give you elemental damage reduction or something like that. Chaos Res, yeah. You get elemental damage reduction equal to half of your Chaos Res or something like that. Lethal Pride that added face damage taken as fire now instead gives one. God damn, man. So we can't even get face damage taken as fire. Jesus Christ. What else is there? Again, added chaos damage at the other. Is there anything else I remember? The surrender unique no longer grants level 30 reckoning skills. Crushing fist. They really made fist damage much. They weren't kidding when they said phase damage taken as was gonna be rarer. Like, Jesus Christ. Where's the Lethal Pride one? Did I scroll past it? It should be here. Where's Lethal Pride? There we go. Because you could get 10% on this jewel. Now you just can't. Like, you just genuinely can't. That's kind of whatever. Item quality has been reworked, yada yada. Non-gem items that generate random quality now can now generate up to 30% quality. What? The maximum random quality from a tainted amorous scraps on this is now 20%, previously 29%. So you can no longer use tainted stuff to go to 30% quality, basically. Master, yada yada. Opulent fossil. Jesus Christ, even this got hits, huh? So they basically also just took 30% quality of the table. That means multiplicative, so it's probably even stronger than 30% quality previously, but like, they just took it off the table. Ah, this is wild. This is really wild. And notice how they haven't changed the critical strike chance, like base crit of any minions so far, at least. And it is ruthless. I don't know how I feel about these changes, man. Like, the game overall sounds like it's in a good spot. I love everything I heard, and then patch notes come out and I'm just like, what? So defensively, we can no longer run banners. So that's a nerf. Let me even write this somewhere. Let me create a file so I can write my thoughts. Do I have a third video script? So banners are not usable by minions anymore. Call to arms, change, removed enduring cry as an option. Unless you want to cast when damage taken, it maybe you can, maybe. Phase damage taken as is less available. Practically removed. What else did we get? There was one I said it was called to arms as the first one, right? Let me see all the screenshots I've sent on things I have already kind of complained about. Call to arms, hatred now only works with phase to code minions, to code convert minions. What other nerf have I seen? I think DD is in a rough spot, seeing as they can no longer detonate the body. They now have to just use whatever corpses are there. So I mean, it's been coming, but like, I think it's an insane nerf. The minion offense passive mastery. Let me see. I'm going to search minion. And now support skills that create minions. Okay. Minion offense passive mastery that grants overwhelm. 50% chance for hits to ignore PDR. So instead of getting 20% more damage if, let's say, the person had no defenses, actually, you could even go into the negatives. If you overwhelmed everything, you just ignored their defense. I don't think this is a nerf. It just means shredding enemy armor is like, it means it no longer interacts with vulnerability and stuff like that. So if you go this one, you kind of just accept that. Zurat says it's a nerf because most enemies don't have more than 20% PDR. I mean, depends on how you look at it. For enemies with 20% or less. It's a nerf, but we're probably not an issue to begin with. For enemies with more, it's a buff, though it now makes vulnerability awkward to run. Because if a 50% chance, then do you really want to? I mean, you can use vulnerability to reduce their increase the amount of. Oh wait, never mind. Oh wait, doesn't Vaughn just increase phase damage taken? So it's unaffected by the change. Never mind. It's alright. I'm talking rare enemies that would have that. Ah. Where else does it mention minions? Mindless aggression no longer has any of its old properties. It now has more maximum life and mindless aggression. 20% more life, 10% more. Okay, this is a okay. Okay, this is a ruthless specific change. Okay. I was confused for a second. I'm like, so now at least we have DD. Less damage it takes. Must have 100% increase damage takes 50% less damage. Must have 20% takes 67% less. Reduce softness causes enemies take more damage, yada yada. Thank goodness. This cooldown was it was very necessary. Anyways. Oh, I don't think I have seen a single buff. I think it's my biggest worry. Aside of obviously, we got corpses back. It didn't mention any specific changes to the corpses, so They nerfed on Earth. That's weird. For the most part, these are the main things that plaguing minions, I guess. The main nerfs. Oh god. Okay. Alright. We have a YouTube video to make, eh? That's what it means. Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit. They buffed melee and just gutted minions. So I won't say they gutted, but like what's Gazi saying about it? Let me see. I'm very curious as to what Gazi is saying.
Guys, I'm not much of a mobile gamer, but the times I have enjoyed myself playing a mobile game has been games where I build a settlement and things I do takes 6 hours to build, 2 days to build. And I always check back in, and I check like when I used to play those games, and I love those games. I think they were really, really enjoyable. And to have that in PoE allows me to engage.
I like the league mechanic.
Maybe that as a side thing, then go do my maps. Oh, I got.
Is that my connection that's in it?
Go do that little side thing. I love this edition, and just based on what we just heard from the actual reveal, I'm already in the position where it's like, I hope this shit goes core.
Yeah, exactly. Amazing. I said the exact same thing. I'm hoping it goes core. But yeah, he's not talking about any of the minion changes. I think he's still at the league changes. Oh, we can find more information? Oh, sign me up. I didn't know this was a thing. We already know this. Look at how beautiful this city becomes. And these are the map devices. Many characters are reckless, including you, some of you which you may also seeking help of powerful exile like yourself. Resources. This is the one. Fight the thing in the circle. Fight the thing in the circle, right? No, this is the one that fight the monsters in the map. Yeah. This is the one that makes the entire map more deadly. Bismuth, deposit, and then this is protect the tree. Don't let shit touch it. Blight, pretty much, without the towers. On the advantage, you might find minerals such as this, which are veins of iron that have been overrun corruption, spawning dangerous foes when you approach, or perhaps for your Kalkum, which you have to liberate from demons worshipping it. Petrified Ember attracts mindless, blighted enemies, while Bismuth has a strong appeal to enemies elements and causes the area to become unstable. Each of these resources becomes available once you defeat the enemies. One thing I worry about, here's one thing I also worry about. If you find these resources, right, and you don't have a miner free, what happens? Like, do you just do you have like a longer stack of like all the maps you've run and all the nodes you have seen, and then you can just have them permanently just going through all of them and mining the shit? Do you just waste resources by, you know, throwing it away because they're still in your last map mining? Is it instant? Like there's actually, I have actual questions regarding this portion of the mechanic. I should probably write this down somewhere. League mechanic. Mining and how it works when miners are busy. All right. Manage King's March. I need else came about mining. Make this. How to design the hard skill workers who aid you in mining. You'll notice each person has their specialties and wage cost ability to hire and fire as you please. Over the course of the league, you're searching for your perfect employees. Yeah, I know about this. This fuckers would have, you can have multiple specialties. Like it says mining 3, sailing 4, shoveling 1. Sucks at shoveling. But like this guy has blacksmithing 5, whatever this is 5, This guy is he's where the shit's at. UIU 970. Oh god damn, you have 9. Oh, you're 9 too. I'm just, isn't this 9? Yo, I'm gonna zoom you in. How are you getting smaller when I zoom in? The fuck? Yeah, it is 9. It is 9. Melting and farming. I don't mind going around for upgrades, to be honest, but I kind of just, I would like it to where if you wanted to, you could have a central UI that you can control the King's March from, or maybe not King's March as a whole, but like upgrades at least, and maybe one for like, I don't know if that makes sense. Sun Rune, Time Rune, Power Rune, Res, Tattoos. Beauty Harbor and establish a shipping route between number of Kalguur and Kalguur ports, power your acquired resources. Where your traders will haggle for the best each port will return specific rewards based on where you send them. When your shipment has returned, you get notified, you can return your reward at your leisure. Regen, 40 life per second. That's a lot of flat life regen, to be honest. Res, gain ward instead of 3% of armor and vision range from equipped body armor. Oh damn. That's big ward. How does ward work exactly? Because my understanding is it just breaks if you take damage. Reduces damage taken from a hit equal to the amount of ward, then goes on cooldown. So basically you have that one big defense, and let's say you have 1,000 of it, it's going to reduce the damage you take from the hits by the amount of ward you have, and then it goes on cooldown for 2 seconds. I mean, it's still not going to be meta or anything, but for evasion builds, this might be the play. Have ward so that one attack that goes through, you know, is interrupted. But then if you're hitting a lot of damage, then you know the second one is going to be interrupted too, and you're not going to have a good time. I'm going to tell you that much. So from shipping, Kalguurans are big on the technology. I've had Isla from Heist League. Once at the end game, Isla can help build a series of Kalguur mod 5 map devices which can put secure maps into. If you've had good enough combatants, they'll put themselves to work running those maps for you one after another. It's cool. Cool. I don't know, do they use your Atlas skill tree? I wonder. That's another question, I guess. Do the map runners use your Atlas tree, and can you decide the one they use? If so, benefits from Kalguur crafting techniques operated by Danig and runesmithing. 41% of weapons damage as extra damage of each element. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything on Discord. To be fair, it's more of a thing. Do we have any annoyance? After letting it all settle and percolate, I think I'm okay with these changes. Determination should be fine. Be fine if you are using armor bases, to be honest. If what they said is to be trusted, you know. Arcane, what up? Yo, I'm currently reeling. Like I experienced highs and now I'm experiencing my lows going through the patch notes because We kind of eating shit, huh? To put it lightly. I mean, granted, the nerves aren't like over the top or anything mind blowing, but like they hurt, you know. We can't use banners anymore. It's no longer an option. At least like it kind of is, but it kind of isn't, you know. You can't reliably use them unless you're worried about rare monsters, and you know when rare monsters show up, you use them. That's also a thing. What happened to currency trading? Did I miss something? Currency trade thing was huge. That was a big high for me. I saw it and I was like, ooh. It is big. I like the currency trading. And the currency trade market runs are yada 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 yada. And this is the other gold sink. Faustus. Armin, yo, log in. The amount of things that was covered in this live stream, yo, it is insane just how much you're giving us. It is mind-blowing that just the amount of content. Yeah, rip MF though. No more quant. Like, it is absolutely insane. Like, this, I think anyone that has been here for a long time knows I have been advocating for a market for at least currency for like the longest time, because it's like, it just doesn't make sense that currency can't be traded in an auction house. Especially from the moment they announced that there was going to be an auction house in PoE2, I'm like, yo, this has to be in the game. And now, granted, they say it's a test, so it could still fail and, you know, not come in core. But I don't see how it could fail so much. I don't know how it can fail so much that, you know, it wouldn't go through, because it's huge. And then the league mechanic is just, oh my god, it is everything I wanted and more. It is genuinely everything I wanted and more, because, oh my lord, you get your settlement, you get stuff to do in maps. I don't know how in depth they're putting the upgrading thing and all those time-based things, but you know, they'll release a guide video on it. Oh yeah, they said they would. Only put in wrong numbers to improve my currency. I think it's going to be very straightforward. That's what he said. But on Monday, we can expect a video about how to use the trade market, and I'm going to be watching it at the very least. And worst case scenario, I mean, I can explain it if the time comes, but I think it should be straightforward. What I am scared of, what I am genuinely scared of, is I'm scared that they would not show us what the market value is for, like, let's say a divine orb. If I have a divine orb and I want to trade it, they won't show me like, okay, this is what's currently trading for, or these are the current offers there. Do you want to put it below? Kind of like how you have it in like Albion Online, where you see the highest sell orders for it, and you see the lowest buy orders, and you can decide, do you want to insta sell? Do you think the margin is big enough to put it up for sale and then wait for someone to fulfill your order, or do you think it's negligible enough that you just give it to the guy who has the buy order? You know, I hope they give us enough information on this, and we don't have to like use something like Awaken Trade or PoE Ninja to get all of this information. Like, I'm hoping not. But one thing I will say about any system like this is, Arman, it would generally be kind of exploitable, in the sense that, let's say you want 120 kills for your one divine, but then you put like 1 kills for your 20 divines, for example, right? You will have that one fucker who has placed an order at that range, but it will give you the best deal on the sell order according to how I understand it. So you honestly cannot even make the mistake of saying you want 1 kills for 20 divines, because if you put it would take the highest buy order available, I think, and then give you the chaoses and probably give you some change, or if you have change or whatever, however it works, you know. I think I remember him saying something along those lines. Yes, like RuneScape. Yes, pretty much. That was something he said during before the Q&A. Let me try to pull up Twitch and see if I can find the exact location, if I can actually confirm, because that's what it sounded like to me. And see if I can Path of Exile. It sounded like to me. Path of Exile. No. Path of Exile, Grinding Gear Games. It's Path of Exile, right? Path of Exile. Go to Path of Exile. Browse channels. Bruh. Am I dumb? It's PoE, right? Okay, there's no space. That's why there's no space. So yeah, that's abusable if someone has a standing order for a low price. Yeah, like Torchlight has the same thing where people would have like, let's say something is worth one flame element, one FE for like 999 of the item. They'll place an order for like 999 flame elementum, but then there's only one of the thing. People always try to abuse it regardless of the game. Like regardless.
In 3,
Where did they talk about trade?
Rage has been made more fundamental and discoverable.
This is melee changes. I think melee was
To
after
compensate, we have
trade,
reduced
right?
the amount of flat evasion and
Hmm.
retribution skill. This one
No,
has
I think it was after actually.
unlock new crafts that can be applied to your weapon. And buffs the demons, giving them power.
He was covering the
Once
league
you
mechanic
defeat
here.
them,
You know how
seize
I'm
that
going to
power
be able
for
to do
yourself.
this.
After that, we can tag the ore.
Let's put this here to make it easier for us. Close this. And what order is it in the patch notes? Because I think it's the same order. Melee rework, endgame improvements. Let's go forward.
League, and we'll leave the store. Trade TVs and more.
Thank you, Annie. You know what? I know exactly how to tell. What am I doing? I'm kind of trolling here. I think they gave it in the same order. Or when did Mark start talking?
It works kind
Oh, I found it.
expert in black market trade
Okay.
and shady deals. He also provides another service. Go back to blasting monsters. All you need
There we go.
to
This is the one.
trade market. The Kalgurans have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to asynchronously buy and sell currency and most other stackable items with other players without the nuisance of price fixes and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you want, say what you have, and your ideal ratio. It works kinda like a real-life stock market. Faustus will make the trade happen for you, so long as there is someone selling on the other end for the same rate or less.
See? For the same rate or less. So it sounds like it's going to work like the yeah, basically the things that can be traded according to his definition is anything that can stack. So anything that just like chaos orbs, orb of fusion, maps cannot stack. So no maps, no beasts, but like anything that can inherently stack, it can be traded. Pretty much. Yeah, like I'm happy they are reducing the what's what I'm looking for here, reliance on TFT. Very happy about that. So yeah, according to this, it's gonna work like RuneScape's auction house, where it just gives you the best deal that's currently available. Now, granted, if there's no other deal, then you could get absolutely fucked. For something like Divines or Chaos, there's always going to be a deal, you know, always. I'm not too worried about that. And once he posts the video, we should all understand how it works. But from what I can see, it's
Like
just
people
you
who
put what
never
you
respond.
want, you put what you want, you put what you have, and then I'm hoping there's somewhere here that tells you, oh, this is what orders currently exist, if that makes sense.
All you need to do is select what
Let's
currency
see.
you want, say what you have, and your ideal rate.
Like, look here. I think this is maybe someone's order. Someone has one chaos and they want 7 jeweler orbs for it, so you can see it. And if you were to put I want chaos orbs and I have jeweler orbs, this would show up, and then you get to choose the ratio. And if you don't like that ratio, you're like, okay, I want to give you 6 for the one.
So I do that, and then 641 shows up. If I can see what is already there, I'm happy. Oh yeah, and then there's this market ratio. But the question now is, okay, it updated once it chose the chaos orb, so that makes sense. That actually makes sense. So you can actually see the market ratio, but I'm always worried about like things like market ratio, for example, because it's typically been abusable in PoE, but seeing as this is like, if it's there, people can snap it up. Price fixing shouldn't be a thing. You know, it's not possible unless you want to fund the entire market of like that currency until the price actually drops. Would it have bulk sell to like multiple fragments? I don't think so. I don't know. But it doesn't look like you can select multiple things once you choose what you want. Let me see. Like, let me see before he chooses them.
Price fixers and people who never respond. All you need to do is select what currency you.
Yeah, from what I can see, you can't tell them you want more than one item.
Have recruited Faustus, another NPC from the Heist League. He allows you to.
My guess is this is a trade he has already made. Like, these are all trades he's made.
Asynchronously buy and sell currency
and
most other
so he's taking
items
the chaos
with other players.
First thing to do, pretty much. You have all sorts of people that way. The person who does one chaos to one mirror, then once the league goes on for like 6 hours, you have the first person who has like one divine for one mirror, just hoping that somebody is dumb enough to throw their mirror in there. They're just waiting, you know. And then it becomes a case of who has the higher buy order. But that's kind of how economies work, right? Like, once it starts, you have just the dirt cheap offers for mirrors, and then people are trying to outprice themselves as mirrors are not getting sold, and that's how the price would go up. And then eventually someone's like, I have a mirror and this looks good, I'm gonna take it. And then if enough people have mirrors, it will stabilize there for a bit, but then eventually price goes up again, which is just natural. It's just, it's gonna be fun actually being able to see it in game via like this kind of thing, because we see, okay, we check on this, okay, this is the current price, these are the best orders we have going on. Then you check tomorrow and like, this has adjusted. And it's the same thing we do on PoE trade, but it's just gonna be interesting. I at least to me, seeing it in game, there's a different feel to it, where it feels like you're actually watching the price go up, versus seeing it on a weekend trade where like, prices, this is more expensive, this is nice, you know, yada 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 yada. Even Veiled Orb should be transferable through this. He also mentioned betrayal changes that I would have loved. Like, I would have loved if betrayal changes made it to this patch, but with everything we're getting, I'm not going to be picky. I'm not going to be the person that says it sucks that we don't get betrayal changes because there's so much we're getting, right? Like, with what we're getting, I'm fine if betrayal just waits an extra season. But I do hope it gets a lot more love. I do hope it gets a lot more love. I'm confident there will be a dupe glitch for this. You mean for the currency exchange? Let me think. That is honestly not the most impossible thing, obviously. Seeing as it can be exploitable, but at the same time, I don't know that it would be easy to find a dupe glitch. And the reason I say this is because of the way the trade obviously probably works. What is happening is it takes it from your inventory, and the moment it leaves your inventory into the currency exchange, it deletes it from, like, it deletes the items, so to say. It still has the record that you are making this trade, but it deletes the item itself. And then the person puts the item, it deletes it too, and then once the trade happens, it regenerates said item for you. So if it works like this, it is entirely possible that given a set of conditions, like let's say I take the currency out, but I don't place it in my inventory to mark it to be deleted in the currency exchange, and then I log off, for example, maybe to then be on the ground and I can take it again, or, you know, stuff like that. it's always a risk, but we can only hope that it doesn't actually pan out that way, and they go about doing it a different way in the sense that it's not probably a race condition bug. You mean like first, basically it will be first person to find it, like it's there, it's guaranteed to be there, but whoever finds it first type deal. I wouldn't be too surprised if a dupe glitch emerges. I'm just hoping if it does, it is nipped in the bud very quick. Because let's be real, if they can make belts 6 sockets, if a glitch like that can be found, then you know anything is possible. If it exists, it will be found. Pretty much. Like honestly, pretty much. If it exists, it will be found. But yeah, I'm honestly looking forward to the changes. Arman, did you watch the whole live stream? Because like there was so much the information they gave. Because there's the black market. I don't really think I'll interact with black market much. But like gold now is gonna be the primary resource for speaking of gold being the primary resource for respecking, did they mention orbs of regret? No. It also doesn't even mention gold. Oh yeah, and this boss fight is the first time you get a boss fight. Oh, this guy is gonna rip so many hardcore characters. I can already see it. This boss guy, oh my lord, it is gonna be wild. Because I did he mention how difficult he's supposed to be, and he is very random. So if you get the fights, unless like if you're a hardcore, you always you'll be more cautious as to how to approach the situation. But like for me, for example, I see myself Leroy Jenkins into the fight and trying to kill him. Like I see that happening. And what's this unique, by the way? Chance to block spell damage 13%. Ward negative maximum chance to this. Chance to block is lucky. Trigger a socketed elemental spell on block. Oh. What do you say? What are the odds of if you get block cap of 65%? What are the odds you don't block if you have lucky block chance? So with this shield, if my math is mathing, if you block cap at 65% with a -10, you effectively have an 88% chance to block. And then you can trigger a socketed elemental skill on block. And that's wild. Because you have to roll to not block twice in a row to actually not block if it is lucky. So this is a huge defensive shield. And the negative maximum chance doesn't even matter. Like, who the fuck cares? Like, who the fuck cares about the -10? Like, I getting to Sun 5 is hard enough already. With this now, you can get to block up. One thing though, one thing to note, I find it interesting how the first mod, I want you to take a note of the first mod. That mod might be bait. This might be the reason this unique ends up not being as strong as I think. That doesn't say plus 13% chance. It just says 13% chance. So it is entirely possible that what's it called? That is a flat chance. You can increase your chance to block spells at least. Now your chance to block is 23, you know, regular attacks at least. So this would be interesting to see how it actually ends up working.
Because if it's a 13% chance and you can't increase it, then that's obviously a problem. That would obviously be a problem. Ward block looping. The question now I have is there anything you can do to yourself that you can block? That's my question. I don't think there is. I don't think there is, but it's possible. Nothing comes to mind though. The Gladiator Senesi has been longer to rework like this, bleeding and block. Oh yeah, I think I said something. You know, there's a node that allows basically you. Let me find it. I took a screenshot of it. This node makes it so you can potentially run a Reaper build on Gladiator. Unironically, because this would solve the biggest problem of Reaper wave clear, because this is a guaranteed explode. The enemies you kill explode. And if you remember, you might think you even need Gravebind for this. You do not need a Gravebind for this. Keep that in mind. You don't need a Gravebind. And the reason you don't need a Gravebind for this is it's a dot. And dot kills count as your kills. So it's like Reaper already has boost to like bleeding. You have it kill one enemy via bleed. Shit explodes, wave clear solved. And then single target, this shit has always been good at single target, so that's not a problem. But like this is like the only node I see being valuable to the minion. So it'd be interesting. I'm sure someone's gonna think about it. Hasn't this always been in the game? No, it hasn't. There's been a unique, was it glove, that made it so what did it made it so, what did it do? The gloves made it so bleed would proliferate. Something like that, I think. But it was your bleed and it couldn't be used on minions. I remember something along those lines. I don't know if it was gloves or chest piece or something. This hasn't been in the game as far as I know. Like bleeding enemies you kill explode. The only ascendancy that had a guaranteed explode, if I remember correctly, was just Chieftain. If you're saying it existed in like a unique item, I don't know. I don't think I've seen anything like this for unique items, at least. And because this is physical damage, in theory, you could have chain explosions in the sense that they explode, the physical damage is done, that triggers more bleeding, and then they die and then explode even further. The question now is, I don't think Reaper can do chain explosions simply because this would count as your damage, not Reaper. So like this is another thing. So you might have to get 100% chance to bleed. That might be something you would have to do. If you get 100%, I mean, this already gives you 15% already. So, you know, you have a better chance. But you might have to get yourself, it might be a build where you have to get yourself the 100% chance to bleed. And then you can have chain bleeds where the Reaper inflicts a massive bleed. They pop, and those pops also inflict bleeds. And if those die, they pop too, and then just spread it even further. Because if one mob is hit by 5 different mobs that exploded, that one will probably explode. And when that explodes too, it just helps spread. But yeah, this I think is a very interesting node. What else is there? What is this? These are the new retaliation things. Physical damage converted to lightning cannot be used. Becomes able once for 2 seconds when you block a hit. And it's supposed to be pretty strong. Surge of divine power. This might be another thing. This might be something that's good, that goes well with this shield too. If the shield is as good at blocking as I think it is. Retaliate against a blocked enemy. A blocked hit with a hail of blades. It doesn't say Oh wait, it's 123% of base 80. It doesn't really say anything else. It doesn't say how many blades. It doesn't tell much about the skill itself. Sword Storm. This is also a blocked hit. Retaliate against a blocked hit with an arcane slash that releases 2 waves of force. Enemies close in front of you can be hit by both waves. So this is what I'm talking about here. I don't think there's anything else. Bleeding you inflict is aggravated. Bleeding which has been aggravated always deals higher damage as though the target was moving. Oh, okay. So you take these 2 nodes. What else could you do? You wouldn't. I guess you could go for this one and get AoE. That could be something you do, maybe. You wouldn't care about this. You might go for this one. This one is actually good. So basically you do 1, 2, 3, and for the 4th one, is this good? Yeah, 4. There you go. It actually has 4 ascendancy points that you can make work with minions. Now, granted, they aren't the best, but they're good enough. Because this gives you the explode. This makes it so the explode, then when it triggers a bleed, those are aggravated. Because you inflicted them, not your minion. So it counts as though they were moving and then they could die also, and yada yada. Chain, it helps with the proliferation, like, essentially the chain explosions. Then this one is just defense and then defense. It's not the best offense. It doesn't increase your Reaper's damage, but then you can use these nodes and just hard spec. So this doesn't help you with chance to block spell damage, is the only thing. But you get lucky block, so like, cap your block AD, get some block spell, path towards the top left, get minion damage, win. It's always been a thing. It's on POB because on CF endgame builds, we still don't know that with Forbidden Flame Jewels. It has? Like where? Gladiator? Oh yeah, they do have it. They do have it, actually. You're right. Okay. Okay. Duly noted. I think I have seen this too, is the ironic. Like, I have it in my head as something that happens, but then I just forgot it existed before. But to be fair, when I was looking at the Reaper and I looked at this, what happened with this? Oh yeah, there was nothing else. This was the only node that would make sense for a minion build, and nothing else would even come close. So I just said, who the fuck cares? Like, it's not enough. Did I see the dancing dervish changes for minions? I heard it's pretty decent. I saw, wait, where is it? Dancing dervish. I heard it was decent, where it's like they no longer has manifested disabled both weapon slots. It now has cannot be used while manifested, meaning you can now weapon swap after manifesting dervishes and still use items in your second weapon slot set. So you can basically summon them and then switch your actual minion weapon and offhand, and now they're big. That's the way I would use them anyways. So yeah, I think it's quite interesting for dancing dervishes, but at the same time, dancing dervish has never been something that intrigued me per se. So I don't know. Gazi already tweeted. How strong does he think it's gonna be? I don't think they're going to be broken unless they were already strong. But because I've heard so little about them, I don't think they were too strong to begin with. It's a big buff, like it's a huge buff. But other than that, I don't know that they're going to be meta. For example, let me read how they actually function now that I'm just here. Dancing Dervish. Manifested Dancing Dervish disables this. Die when Rampage ends. Rampage. Melee hits count as Rampage kills. So trigger level 15. The player has onslaught and cannot use weapons. Minion has to invest in game Rampage kills on hitting unique such bosses. The melee hits count as this mod only weapon only applies to you, not the minions. Oh. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So you manifest them, switch, and then just watch them go wild. Okay. I mean, it might be a playstyle we look at, but I don't know. We'll see. What is there any Dancing Dervish build already out there? But obviously there are, but how good is it? PoE Dancing Dervish 3.23, 3.24, 3. Whatever. Oh no, not this one. This was a bugged interaction. .24. Oh, Wolfio did a build on it?
Hey guys, so it seems Dancing Dervish is still pretty good for general clearing despite Necropolis adding a lot of danger and tankiness.
Oh, is that them?
I was worried that it won't have enough damage, so I kind of invested most of my resources into damage.
They have decent AoE, I'll be honest. I didn't think they had
However,
this much
I still
AoE.
really like playing with this build and just
I thought they would be like...
general.
My mental image for them... was, you know, the sword from 3.23, the one that increases impale, where it actually goes, it swipes, and then he had this AoE attack, and then he did it and stopped, and then continued swiping. But if they're just permanently spinning, then it's not as bad as I thought. Though only having 2 minions is still less. It's still kind of eh. Well, I guess you could have zombies be mid shields unless they kill your minions or something. He's worried to be a meta weapon swap for the buffs. Yeah, there's no two ways about it. There's no person who's playing Dancing Dervish that wouldn't weapon swap. I don't think anyone would do this.
Just feels chill and fine. Occasionally you do get one-shotted and die randomly, but I mean, most builds experience that. This build also is very cheap to start. I would say the starting cost is maybe 1-2 divines. The biggest part of the cost of this build are minion jewels. The ghastly eye jewels can be very expensive, and I do have some of them are very good, but I crafted them myself, just alt, regal, and sometimes exalt slam when I saw a good jewel potential. So you can start like very low price and like eventually farm more currency and
but I guess if they don't kill, their duration just goes.
However, I think like it does have its own problems as always.
Obviously,
but you don't really need to stress too
properly.
much about carrying gritting.
Like killing refreshes their duration, so if you don't kill, they kind of just expire and you have to swap again. That'd be annoying. That would be very annoying. Because once Rampage ends, they're gone. Is it your Rampage that kills them or theirs? Okay, their kills count for your Rampage. Oh, I get it. So because you gain Rampage on hitting the enemy, they spawn and then they generate Rampage, but if it ever ends, they die and you have to. Okay, it makes sense. They're gaining Rampage just hitting the boss too, so I thought they said this. Where is it? This.
I thought this only applied to you, not them. Either way, weapon swapping is unavoidable for them. I will say that much. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop it. It's gonna happen. Once this change goes live, there's nothing you can do to stop it. You know, one thing I'm happy about, and one thing I count as a big W, worst case scenario, I think the fact that our ascendancies, for the most part, were untouched, unnerved, is a big W. Now, how this works in the grand scheme of things, how strong the enemy mobs are, how much damage we're going to be doing in relation, all of that is it is to be seen. But let me look back at the complaints I had. I don't like that banners are no longer usable, but it is what it is. Call to arms was a big blow, because the moment I saw those changes to endurance trams, I'm like, you know, we're going enduring cry again. It's, you know, we're going to do that, and then I see this, and I'm just like this hit me. This one hit me. Because what happens now is it now reserves mana. I saw we reserve mana. I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know why this, but you know, whatever, we can make it work. It is what it is. And I kept reading and like, yeah, this is what he already has. Yeah, and I already has this. I'm fine with all of this. I saw this, then the cooldown reduction. I'm like, that sucks, but oh wait, it has increased cooldown reduction or reduced. So they buffed the cooldown recovery rate. Like, okay, cool. And then I saw this, and I'm like, huh? What is it? And then I'm just like, oh god. So yeah, unless you don't plan on automating your call to arm, your enduring cry, you just cannot use it. You can maybe use it on a cast when damage taken setup. I don't know if you can trigger cries with cast when damage taken. I feel like you can't, but it's possible you can. No, you can't. It can't support skills with reservation. Checkmate. And obviously, same thing with cast when stunned. So if you want to automate it, you have to use call to arms, and you're not getting no buffs from it. You're not getting charges. It's just, there's no point. So who's gonna use call to arms? Because like, I'm just thinking, if you're using General's Cry, then you don't care too much, I don't think, about this change. I don't think this change affects you too much. If you're using any war cry that was defensive, I don't know how this works. Like, do they just not want people to use defensive war cries? How does this work? I genuinely would like to know. What is the plan? Because if they said it didn't apply to your allies, that'd be like, okay, we can use it for minions because they wouldn't get it, but we can use it for ourselves, no problem. But like the melee builds they were trying to buff, they can't use call to arms for enduring cry. So what are they supposed to use? Can automation work on them? I don't believe so. I didn't see automation here, so I don't think it's even in patch notes. Yeah, it's not. So I genuinely do not understand. I don't know, man. But yeah, that one was something else. Arcane, did you notice the nerfs they made to physical damage taken as? Now, all the sources you would expect from fist damage shaking ass just don't exist no more. Where was it again? It was in was it here? No, it wasn't here. But now that I'm here, this one, yeah. Look at this. Face damage shaking as deleted. 1. Then there is Lethal Pride. This could give you a total of 10 face damage shaking as if you go one. If you go one. Oh. Arman, let me know when you want to post links and I will permit you. But let me just see if this works. Actually, you might be timed out already. So let me see. Can I untime you out? On timeout. There you go. So yeah, the bot doesn't take kindly to links. So if you want to post a link, I just have to permit you. That's it. Just ask and I'll permit you. To be safe, I shall permit you again. To be safe, let's not have it timing you out. So you said what? These changes, the Atlas, not Atlas, this has updated mastery. So yes, this as a source of, yeah, it does actually. It doesn't have fist damage taken as again. What else doesn't have? It doesn't have the armor applies to chaos. It doesn't have that. Lethal Pride. You could have like a Lethal Pride here and find like 2 spots that you'd have 5% fist damage taken as fire, you know, to get 10%. That has been removed too. That's this one. It switched to 1 rage on melee hits. Oh, trust me, this doesn't surprise me, and the reason it doesn't surprise me anymore is I have seen, like, last league, the same thing happened. This, I wouldn't even be surprised if the Atlas tree is updated. It's like, it's basically real time. Yeah, there's no back to basics anymore. This is the updated shit. This is updated. So if I look at Blight, yeah, you see, it's updated. I think what happens is GGG releases like an API for it or something, and they get to just import it or something like that. That's my assumption, because like there's no way they got where all the nodes are and all of that from the video or from the explanation of the patch notes. So this is my guess. Like they just get something from GGG saying like with the updated tree, and you know they get to update this based off of that. But yeah, this is also updated. So they said they changed Blight. So like 1 lane of Blight encounters in your maps is guarded only by Blight bosses. It's kind of nuts. Additional reward chests. Additional reward chests. This just scales Blight bosses. Oh, you can put this and have more blighted maps. Oh, this will be big income for early game. What else is there? This is yeah, this is still the same one you take when you don't have too much damage. Chance. Blight towers in your maps can be salvaged after the Blight encounter. Higher tier towers get better salvage rewards. Salvage rewards are improved for each different tower type built during the encounter. What? So what kind of reward do you get for salvaging a pump? Okay, no, it's the towers that get salvaged, not the pump. It's the towers. So you build different ones and you get better rewards. So basically, if you can 1v, if you can basically just solo blights, all you're trying to do is build as many different towers as you can and maybe upgrade them. I played a full totem blight only league. It was fun. Full totem. What skill were you using as your totem skill? Flying counters spawn 50% more non-unique monsters. They spawn faster, and then you have so many less nodes. Jeez. Lanes have chance for additional reward chest 10%, 10%. So this is so 20% chance for lanes to have additional, and then there's this 20% chance for that. 16% chance for an additional reward. This is 20%. No. There's 16 chance for an additional reward. Varieties of items contained are lucky. And then this is 20% chance to be openable again. I think these were things that were on scarabs. Yeah, this second one was on a scarab previously. So they moved it from a scarab onto the tree, which is just big. That is big. Betrayal. You didn't see any changes, right? Yeah, no changes. Like literally none. You can wish. Anyways. Yeah, it's wild how quick they are to update PoE Planner, and PoB is not as quick because PoB has a lot of calculations and shit. So even if they get the updated tree, maybe they insta update the tree. Maybe. What was I saying here? Face damage taken as, oh yeah, Lethal Pride. And then if you go all the way down here, you're gonna see the name that is a flask we all know and love. Where is it? I don't remember where it is. Oh, it's even here. The Taste of Hate unique flask no longer grants this. It now has this taken as code. Yeah. Face damage taken out is a lot harder. If we are to trust what Mark said, we should not be feeling a net nerf in our defenses, but a buff. So even though we have all these face damage taken as reduced, if we get like, if we're actually built for armor, we should turn out with more armor in theory, which should mitigate the physical damage. The problem is right now, for example, with my Wretch Defiler build, I'm not looking for armor ES hybrids. No. I am looking for pure ES pieces. So if I'm going for pure ES, the only sources of face damage taken as I can think of is, I mean, chest piece. I can benchcraft Gravicious, get like 12% there, if I remember correctly. I could try to find a base that has 9%, give me 18%, but that's more advanced. Helmets, I can find how much percent is on helmet? Was it 12 or 18? It was 16%, I think. So that's like 30%. If these two are even still intact, I can't say they are, but if they are, that's 30%. If you wanted to, you could replace the chest piece one I just mentioned with a Cloak of Flame. That should still be a viable option for 40%. I'm hoping that face damage taken as corrupted implicit for like shields would still be a thing, but it's not something I use too often. So if it's there, cool. If it's not, oh well. What else? What else? Think. Yeah, I can't think of many more sources. And that's assuming they survive, which it's very possible they did not. Physical damage taken as... So this is one. Many modifiers that granted can no longer roll. This includes incursion, delve. They talked about the corruption mods on shield. That's gone to fire warband modifiers on helm. The fuck is that? But I guess the helmet modifier I was talking about is gone. All Watcher's Eye gone. Added a new set of modifiers for purity auras that can roll on Watcher's Eye to replace the face damage taken as element damage. New Eldritch implicit for body amounts has added physical damage taken as... So you have to get as an Eldritch implicit. Gravicious Veiled mod is gone too. So the Gravicious one I mentioned on the chest piece is also gone. So the only source that is still there, from what I can see, is the Eldritch implicit. I can't think of a single other one. Watcher's Eye is gone. We don't even have endurance charges for PDR or anyone minions at least. Essence of Horror is gone too. Oh, physical damage I see being a problem this league, I'll be honest. I don't know how we deal with physical damage right now. But getting to 100% is no longer possible, I don't think. My question now is, why did they do it? Is it just because of the buffs to armor? Why do this? Because I don't think the buffs to armor are enough to warrant this, because look at what's it called? Dexterity characters. How on earth are they supposed to deal with physical damage now? They go evasion, okay then. What next? Because a hit will get through. So what do you do then? You can have a lightning call that's 50%. Cool. You no longer have Eldritch implicits, but that's fine, 50%. And then what other sources do you have? Can't think of anything. They've all been removed. I just don't see how. Anyways, it is oh. Oh. It's still perfect like I said, but it does have the aura. That's good. This is nice. So there's still the imperfect to perfect system, and the perfect still have their auras. I don't know if they're going to be as strong, but it's bound to be good, eh? So now for Wraith Lord builds, if this is the exact same corpses we had, right? And we get like, that means I might want to have a perfect... I'd want a naval officer with my Wretch Defilers, because PDR is just, I mean, not damage reduction is just damage reduction. There's gonna be a few ways you can deal with physical damage other than, well, conversion that has been totally gutted. I do see things like Cloak of Flame and Lightning Coil becoming more meta. Now, if I had to say what league mechanic I was gonna start,
if I wanted to create an Atlas tree for that, I might honestly just go for the exact same thing I did last league. My first tree, the first thing I'd want to go is to get through here. Dark Marionette being back is insane with Divine Blessings being gone. What do you mean Divine Blessings? What does that mean? Is that like a unique? Is that a mod? Oh, the gem? They removed the Divine Blessing gem? When? Divine Blessing has been removed and existing version of this item will be deleted upon logging in. My guy, don't log in. He just removed the Divine Blessing though. I mean, I never cared too much for it. But why? Is there a reason you, the Dark Marionette and Divine Blessing interact? How do they interact? Was one a nerf for the other? Was it one or the other? Or was it like, were they strong together? What was their relationship like? If I had to create an Atlas tree for day one, it would look something like, I guess it's still this one that has 2% chance. This looked weird for a second, but I'm like, man. Did I'm not going through here, right? There's no point. Oh wait, there is a point though. This. And then you just boom. Much cheaper than going this way, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's the same. Might as well go this way then. With bold undertaking. And then the moment you get this one, the moment I get this one, I get 20 extra points and I just instantly go here. Thank God we still have invasive adversaries. I was scared they would remove it. But that one, so I can get my red to filers is important. And then I just spec expeditions instantly. Once I do this, the next thing is expedition, of which I almost kind of want to spec into June alongside expedition, which I think I honestly will because I have 20 extra points. My mouse gets stuck on this website a whole lot more. So let's see. So my goal is to get to 47. 47 is going to be where the 20 points stops. This is not necessary. We take this pattern simply for this. Oh wait, 47 is gone. So it will stop around here for expeditions. Okay. Actually, what am I doing? I remember this being what to do. No, it's not, right? There's no way it still is. Wasn't Dark Marionettes used to trigger stuff when it died, or was it another Spectre?
Dark marionettes were used to they were used as basically explode minions. So the same way you would have SRS that pop, you'd have them just pop, refresh, pop, refresh, pop, refresh. I don't know that they were used to trigger. They had like negative elemental res applied to enemies they hit, so is it just me or does Legion look different? Has this always been here? One, two, three, four. Yeah, this is actually still cheaper. If I had to just do this instead. And I just like extreme archaeology. I don't think I'm going to do this early. Later on, sure, but not early. And then from here, I would just do this. Now, this is cheaper. This is definitely cheaper. This is the route to go. Who cares about that? This one and stop here. Then Tuyen. I think I just have to ignore Betrayal. I have to just ignore Betrayal and go for only, yeah, and just go straight for, maybe I do this. But then the focus should genuinely just be Expedition. Because Expedition is key for my early currency and not going broke, you know? And instead of going this way, we can just go this way. Not Gwenin, Danik. We could also go Rogba. No need. And then this one. You can maybe drop that one. And then with 76 points, which is you take away 20 from that, you have 56 Atlas points is when you actually get this tree fully functional. And you can save it, I guess, 3 points here by going that node. But I just like early chance for journey here and there. Maybe when you, I don't like the shape of this tree, but maybe when you do this, if you really wanted, you could do something like this and disconnect here. But chance for one additional monster to drop a map is just always good. So yeah, this is probably what my starter tree would look like. Very wonky, but like, this is it. And then from here, I kind of just flesh out June so it shows up more. Maybe prioritizing here, and so I can also kind of clean here up. Or maybe I'll connect it through here and remove here. I don't know. We'll see. Because this is important. This, once I have this and I get my, here's a change. I don't know if you noticed, Arcane. Well, you probably did. It's the same change that absolutely gutted Detonate Dead. It is, let me see if I can find it. Where you are? This one. This is such a kind of BS change that it's wild to me. And the reason I say it is wild to me is my understanding of how this is going to work is while you have specters of a certain type, you can spawn spectral corpses of that type. So if you were like me and you had, let's say, 8 reg defilers, because we had 8 reg defilers and then one, what's it called? And then one spectral leader, as an example. If that spectral leader dies, because your specters are no longer added into the main pool of corpse varieties that can be picked from, i.e. specter banks no longer exists outside of those that have active specters up, you have to now go find a new spectral leader. You just have to go find a new one. You can't resummon it. And I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, I know how I feel about that. That's bullshit. That's how I feel about it. They just had to wrap minions into their nerf for Detonate Dead. Speaking of which, I should add this to my notes. This is something I wanted to talk about in the said video too. Spectral corpse nerf for dead minions, or resummoning minions. This nerf was the first thing I read and I got very weak. I was just like, oh my god, what the fuck. So now but then I think if somebody has the paid corpses, you can now buy it off of them. Because if they desecrate, you can get, let's say, a perfect judgmental spirit from it. Assuming you can desecrate, you can raise from someone else's desecrate, which in current game you can. There's nothing indicating that it has been removed. So, you know. So this change further punishes you from trying hard content on minions, in my opinion. Like doing something like Sirius, for example, is not going to be something you would want to do, at least for me. First time. And why is this? Because I know my minions will die, and if they should ever get wiped, I'm fucked. Like, I am actually fucked. And the same thing goes for slave drivers leveling through the campaign. If they should all die, I have to go back to Act 5 to get them. Oh god, this has so many implications on my league starter, it's not even funny. Oh god. Like it's having implications that I'm just now realizing. Yeah, like, oh god. Yeah, for free. We didn't hurt nobody. We're just chilling. And all of a sudden, stray shots are coming our way. It's not our fault that Detonate Dead was so disgusting. If I had to have a backup, what would it be? A non-spectre backup. Think. What would be a skill I honestly wouldn't mind playing? I'm definitely not going anything like SRS. I don't like I'm tired of SRS, not them. If I had to say, honestly, I would still go Spectres. But hear me out. I would go Spectres, but I would, until I get my Wretch Defilers, my main damage source would be zombies. It would be the same league starter, but the change I plan to make for this league, where specters would be my main damage source up until Wraith Lord, I just reverse it and keep zombies as my main damage source until I get Wretch Defilers, because Wretch Defilers are much tankier. Like, they are actually very tanky minions. So I should realistically never see a Wretch Defiler build wipe unless I'm in T17s, for example. And if they wipe in T17s, I just cry. It's that simple. You know the funny thing about Reg Defilers now? This means if I have Reg Defilers and I unequip my Spectre Gem and they all turn to corpses, assuming they turn to corpses, which they currently do in the current state of the game, and I go to a new zone, I no longer have Reg Defilers. I have to go find them again. Doesn't that sound like just the best kind of cancer? Oh god, no, that's disgusting. That's actually disgusting. No, that's disgusting. Oh god. I'm looking at the currency exchange to hype me up for the season after whenever I look at the patch notes. Like, I go to the patch notes, I get humbled, then I go back to look at the currency exchange to hype me up again and remind me of everything else that I'm looking forward to about the league. Then eventually I go to patch notes and that takes me down again and I have to come back to the video. This is quite a slew of changes. I just think the worst part is the simple fact that we as minion players don't have a single buff other than the introduction of corpses of is it Tota corpses? Was it Tota? No, Wildwood corpses rather. That's the main. A forum post on making it known to Gazi might help them do something. I plan to make a video about it. I plan to write a script tonight. Probably after this stream, I will start working on the script and make the video hopefully by tomorrow. Problem is I have actual work to do at work, so editing might have to wait until night. But I would like to ideally record the video tomorrow if I can. I would like to find the time to. Tomorrow is Friday, yeah? So long as tomorrow is Friday, I think I can find the time to do it. So by tomorrow, I should have a video up talking about the change. Actually, I should have separate videos. I should have a video that talks about the league, which should be what I work on for tomorrow. Then I should have a video that talks about this change in particular and just the general state of minions, because it is important. These should be two separate videos. I could just make them in one, but that would be a very long video, I think. That'd be a very long video. I also find people don't enjoy summary content as much, at least from smaller creators. So maybe not summarize the changes, but maybe how that actually affects my league start plans. That could be a separate video. I don't know. Let me think. Let me actually think about what video I want to make. The first one, I want to talk about, I don't want to be all doom and gloom, because if I just come swinging for like the minion changes, I know I'm going to be doom and gloom. I don't want that. So what I think I want to do is I want to talk about the league mechanic, what I think about it, and I want to talk about and in a separate video I want to talk about how the league mechanic affects my league starts, and then I have to work on a league starts, and then I'll have a video for said league starts, huh?
So those are 3 videos already. Now for the first one, other than my opinion on league mechanic, I also want to, you know, give opinion on the non-league mechanic changes, you know, the auction house, because I right now it's being classified as league mechanic change. I'm not classifying it as league mechanic change because it is essentially core but can be taken out. It's like it's core until proven otherwise. That's the current state of the auction house. It's not like league mechanic that is not core until proven otherwise, you know. This is core until proven otherwise. So I want to talk about that. I'm going to classify it as a core change. What other core changes were there? Melee, you know, melee rework, you know, chill, man. I don't really care about the Raider. I don't really care about the Gladiator. The retaliation skills look cool, so maybe glance over those. What else is there? 6 map device slots. I'm going to talk about it because I didn't make a video on the QOL things. So talk about that. I should probably be writing this down, shouldn't I? I honestly want to make a build this league that uses ward with all the new ward support. I kind of want to do this, but it's always so tricky making anything ward related because ward is so weird. Ward helps you, is a one and done. It helps you for one attack and then it's done until it comes back again in now 2 seconds. But anyways, the first video I don't want it to talk about patch notes. It can glance over them, but I don't want to talk about patch notes. That should not be the patch note video. It should just be the, oh, this is the league mechanic, this is what I think, these are the changes to the game, what do I think about the overall state of the game, yada yada, and where PoE, the direction PoE is going, you know, and how I feel about on the topic of if this is a send forward for PoE 1, which honestly it isn't a send forward for PoE 1, but it is. Because when I saw it, my first reaction was this is a league worthy of being the last league before PoE 2 comes out. Especially seeing as you're building King's March, like that is enough. Like this, just like, yes, there are going to be more leagues and all of that. But I don't see us having another league this year. Why? Maybe December at best, like mid to late December. Why? And why do I say so? Because with PoE's with PoE 2's beta, they're not gonna want to put anything in that vicinity. You know, they're not gonna want to rush people off of PoE 2 into PoE 1. They want it to be properly tested. So I personally think we're not gonna see another league this year. And seeing as this is a July league, that's half a year without a league. That is the longest amount of time a league would run since I started playing PoE. Now I could be wrong, but I just don't see what other time they would do this unless they want to release in like October. And this league being as good as it is, it would hurt me if they did it, if they took it off in October. It would genuinely hurt me. Because it's like this league, I see myself playing for an obscene amount of time. Why? Because the league mechanic is right up my alley. I like the concept of it. I hope it goes core. I said it before and I'll say it again. The concept is so good. I hope it goes core. I haven't played it. I don't know the nuances. I don't know the pain points, yada yada. I don't care. I hope it goes core. That is how strongly I feel about this league mechanic. And I don't think I've had any other league where my reaction to it has been anywhere close to this, where I'm like, I hope it goes core. I saw Tota and I thought, oh, that's cool. I would like it. This is also up my alley. I never once said before it came out, I hope it went core. While it was out, I didn't even say I hope it goes core. Affliction was so cool. I said for Affliction, I hope the corpses go core. I didn't even care. Like I cared about the Wildwood obviously, and I hoped the what's it called? The corpses would go core, and I kind of hoped that the passive trees would go core, but I knew they wouldn't. They were too strong. I have never once seen a league mechanic and thought, this shit, please go core. And not only I hope it goes core, I hope it goes core for 3.26. I hope it comes back again next league. I know it's not going to be easy to do, and they are not going to do this, but that is genuinely how I feel. Just looking at it, that is genuinely how I like. If it just went right into the game, I'd be happy. Like, even if all its rewards were from other league mechanics and it wasn't giving me any new power as a league mechanic, I just wanted to be able to engage with this mechanic and gain loot from engaging with this mechanic. That's it. That's all. I go, I get my resources from the map. I get loot from doing that, and then I go to then I go manage the town, and I get, let's say I get essences, I get whatever else. I don't get any special item from the league mechanic. I just get stuff that's already in the game. I don't care. I will do it. Like, even if that is the state it releases in, I would be happy. I have never had this reaction for a league. That just shows that, like, and it's funny too, because I tuned into Gaz's stream for like a minute, and in that 1 minute I was there, he said the exact same thing. And I remember, and this is, it's funny because he said that thing, and I said it while they were at, he said that thing, this was around when I was looking at patch notes, and I was doom and gloom about the patch notes. He said it when I tuned in there, and I said it when they had just finished going over all the league changes. I'm like, I hope this shit goes core. This sounds too good. This actually sounds too good. But yeah, hopefully it does. Who knows? We're not going to know for like probably half a year. Doesn't matter. I'm going to be able to play next league. I'm hype about that. Like next week, I'm very hype about it. Like, I want to play now. Like, I'll be honest, like now. Like, next week seems so far. So bloody far. But anyways, that's enough of rant about the league mechanic. You know, we're going through this page to see if we're going to get more details, and then we kind of just got sidetracked. But yeah, let's see if we get any new information from here. This is early damage in melee weapons, meh. These are all just melee. So this is a melee class on the Ranger Ascendancy. Is that what you're telling me? Practically. Which is interesting. Melee skills: block, rage, war cries, banners, bleed, impale, add a new base button, both endgame modifiers, endgame item, boss, crit, much more. I just hope that, you know what my hope is? I'm hoping that summoners don't feel forced to go armor, like armor ES base type versus just pure ES, because the ES value is huge and you would end up with like a low ES situation if you go CI. But not only that, I'm hoping that spell suppress becomes less important with these changes. Like, that's one of my bigger hopes. Because one thing I will say is I have heavily disliked the feeling of not wanting to go spell suppress because of how hard it is to get spell suppress. Now, spell suppress might be easier to get on the tree, and it might be easier to max out for summoners and yada yada. But rather if we just weren't as dependent on it, because spell suppress is just so fucking strong. And as far as I know, spell suppress has not been changed. It's still the exact same thing. Suppress. Oh, Defiance banner now gives chance to suppress spell damage. Wait, you must gain valor from melee combat to use this skill, so it's not even an option unless you're actively hitting them. Now, obviously, minion builds like Law of the Wilds, you know, the wolf one, they can potentially use this because they want to hit all the same. They want to crit and stuff. But regular minion builds won't use this. I'm sorry, it's not happening.
area effect, more aura effect, both scaling at 10%. Banner grants movement speed, spell suppress, and then -5 damage taken from suppress enemies to you and allies, -12, flat -12. That doesn't seem like the greatest thing ever unless you can scale it, but meh. Anything else to suppress? Mother's Teaching Ascendancy passive skill, Bark Skin, 5% chance to suppress spell damage. Anything else? Nah. So yeah, spell suppress wasn't changed. So I'm personally hoping that these changes will reduce our dependence on spell suppress as in endgame builds. Make it so I don't feel like I need it. Like, because it's so awkward in many situations. Endgame content improvements. Oh yeah, I saw these chisel changes. The chisel changes were really good. I enjoyed them. You know what I should do? I should create you know what I can do? I can make the video with this browser page, seeing as it has everything summarized pretty much, from the settlement to the trade to everything. Like, this could be what I talk about and just give my opinion on all the different topics here. I feel like there's some things that are not here. I feel like there's some things that are not here. In terms of things that were showcased, but I can't remember what. Because, like, thinking back, yeah, this has images of the trade routes and stuff like that. So it's like I can it still has all of that. But yeah, where were we? Yeah, these two were good. What is this? Oh yeah, this is the new boss item. You know, I never did did you ever do this fight? The King of the Mist fight? I never found him. I should have just never found him. Now, granted, I didn't know what to look for, so that's probably why I never found him. But I never found him. And then this is just not important. And then supporter packs. Oh, you did? Oh, you're lucky. But then again, it's back, so, you know, now I can try it myself. I have zero information on the fights. So maybe now I can just go in blind and Leroy Jenkins it and see if I am able to come out with a win. I mean, that should be easy content. It was really fun to learn. Then I started one-shotting him and doing carries for TFT. Lol. What build were you using back then? You know one node I see being very expensive from this radar from this entire radar ascendancy. Oh, you know, I didn't even know this was a thing. So it's not just only melee, it's also range, because this allows it to apply to range. Oh, that makes sense. That actually makes sense. So you just have this, and then all of these effects would also apply to your range weapon. But if there's one node I think people are gonna want for, like, the most popular node for Forbidden Flesh and Flame, I think it's going to be this one. I think Bark Skin is going to be very strong in the current game states, with nerfed determination and nerfed grace and unnerfed all of these things, because those, I think it nerfs the flat values of those auras, and because they've removed all the face damage taken as, Bark Skin is gonna be so good, because you have evasion, until you take damage, and then the bark falls off, and then you have armor or something like that. Or is it reversed? I don't remember what. Oh wait, getting hit causes bark to be removed, which would then make you more evasive or something like that. And then when it grows back, you take less damage. Yeah, something like that. So either way, it's gonna help the entire archetype of like the Raider, the Pathfinder, the whatever the last one is called. I don't remember its name. Raider, Pathfinder, and Deadeye. It's gonna allow these three to cope with the less physical damage conversion just by allowing you to take, reduce damage. Either that or they're gonna run Determination alongside Grace, which I honestly don't see being the case. They might also just opt for flat out, damage reduction, but I don't know how they would get it. Maybe some people would try to go for oh yeah, they don't talk about corpses. That's one thing I just realized. They don't talk about corpses in this summary, I think. Where does it talk about Wildwood? It talks about Wildwood probably at a bit lower here. It doesn't really talk about corpses. Oh well. So Penance Brand was the build you were playing to one-shot the guy. Poor dude. I feel for him. Anyways, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. And I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna eat some food. Then I'm going to start working on the video. Or at least writing a script for it. Fuck. My dude saw this the patch notes from today. I was like, GG, we're done with every other ARPG. PoE is the only thing that exists. Yo, but like from next week, I'm not even gonna think about the other two. Like honestly. I don't even know that I have the time to make the videos I plan to make for them now. Because PoE is actually just going to drown everything else. And I still have a lot of work on PoE to do because I still need to iron out my league starter on and how I plan to progress for the early game with these changes in mind, especially those race spectre changes, because this means earlier we're gonna have to make our minions tankier, because one thing that the slave drivers are, they are squishy as fuck. I can already see Piety being a problem because Piety is going to one-shot them. So either I have like very high cooldown on convocation by the time I get to Piety. Like, I mean Piety in the belly of the beast, by the way, not regular Piety. It's belly of the beast Piety, I mean, because you have to specify with the amount of times you have to kill that fucker. You have to specify like, okay, yeah, belly of the beast Piety and not Tower of God Piety, because she just doesn't die. But yeah, belly of the beast Piety is going to be a pain. She's going to one-shot. She's going to kill minions with her dead beam. So by then I need convocation cooldown reduction, and I need a decent chunk of minion regen and life. So this node is no longer option now in the early game. I forget the node, the one beside minion attack cast speed, the one beside spiritual command. I forget the name of the node. It's like not sacrifice, it's I don't know, it doesn't matter. But like just general stuff like that, there's a lot to figure out in the early game to make sure it's a comfortable experience. There were no race spectre changes, so there's no reason for me to expect that they'd be any tankier than I expect them to be. What else? Other than figuring out my league starter and actually tinkering with the build and actually creating like a foolproof plan in case it actually is worse than I thought and I just can't stand it until I get reg defilers. I could also think about something like that too. We'll see. Something new I see happening in this game. Something new I see happening, and this is a prediction, is I see people selling corpses in the form of like judgmental spirits by summoning it and selling desecrates for said judgmental spirit. Because if you have it, you can desecrate it and then someone can probably summon it. But you would have to have it as a specter. So that means there are probably going to be people who will just have like 9 specters of choice. Just keep them and then sell desecrates. Pretty much. It's going to be the first league where we see this, but it's going to be a thing. I'm almost 100% sure that like I don't see it. I don't see how it's possible that it doesn't happen. You know? Also, I did make it to monos and I was right. 30 FPS Fisher gameplay. It's bad. Is it really that bad? How many curses are you currently applying? Like how many separate curses on everything? Do you think it was your PC that was having the that was the problem, or was it like just overall server issues? Because I have good FPS, but like you've seen what my gameplay looks like. The server be frustrating me more times than not. My dude is done with Ellie. Like GG, good game. We're done. I also made it to maps myself, to monos, and I mean the build is doing all right. But I then remembered one problem I had with the build, which was the fire guy, the manifest armor. He tends to start attacking from way far behind than I'd have liked. Because he's not a player, he doesn't walk up and then cast the skill, and because he doesn't walk up to cast the skill, he's typically hitting monsters with like the last, like the edge of the skill. That's what he's trying to get. But then that means in a thick pack, when the monster you aggro is the one in front, you're not gonna use the entire wave on the pack. You're going to use it on the first few mobs, and then there's an entire couple of monster rows still behind that still have not died because you didn't position yourself properly. So I playing this build, I remember that being an issue too. So that's also fun stuff. Minion AI jank. It is what it is. It's to be expected. Anyways, I have been talking for 5 hours now. I am thirsty and I am hungry. So I'm gonna see you tomorrow. Good night, and you will probably hear from me from Discord, because I will probably still go through the patch notes, and I'll probably still have something to rage over. Or I'll probably be talking on the Summoner Discord. I don't know yet. We'll see. Anyways, good night.